LoveLore Library. Chapter 208. Shut up. The most important thing now is to defend the city, not to fight for personal feelings. We can't let the Nanzhao army step into the broken snow pass. This is the purpose of guarding the border. Wait for the reinforcements. The young general looked at him in disbelief and asked, "Can the reinforcements make it in time?" They only had 80,000 soldiers, while the Nanzhao army surrounding them and the Prince of Li's army from Lingzhou outflanked them from behind had at least 300,000 soldiers. Murong-shen was silent for a moment and said firmly, "There's still time, as long as we can defend the broken snow pass. So, don't fight for personal feelings." The young general glanced unwillingly at the clamoring Nanzhao soldiers and gritted his teeth. "Yes, General. General." The messenger came in a hurry. "General, it's reported that Lord Wuqing Liang, the general of Yongzhou, led 20,000 soldiers to reinforce. They were ambushed just after crossing the Yunlan River, and Lord Wu died." Everyone present couldn't help but gasp. Murong-shen only felt that the world was spinning in front of him. He quickly stabilized himself and said, "How can it be? How can Prince Li be so fast?" Report. "General, the governor of Yongzhou surrendered to Prince Li last night. Early this morning, Prince Li's army broke into Qingyuan City. The vanguard will probably arrive outside Yonglin City this evening." All the generals were shocked. There weren't many soldiers defending Yongzhou. As the highest official in Yongzhou, the governor of Yongzhou surrendered to Prince Li. No wonder Prince Li's army could be so powerful all the way. They thought they could delay for 10 days, but they were afraid that the broken snow pass would be surrounded in less than 2 days. Thinking of this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Murong-shen was so angry that he laughed. "Good. What a good governor of Yongzhou. Who is willing to defend Yonglin City?" Several young generals came out at the same time. "General, we are willing to go." Murong-shen looked at the young men in front of him who looked serious and nodded. "Good. Yunting, Xiaoshu, I will give you 20,000 soldiers to defend Yonglin. Understand?" "Yes, General." The two young men replied in unison. After receiving the military order, they turned around and left. No one asked how they were going to defend Yonglin and how long they would have to defend it for. Looking at the backs of the two young men, Murong-shen glanced at the generals present and said, "We'll do the same." "Understand?" "Yes, General." Yonglin City, which was usually quiet, was now in a solemn state. The shops on both sides of the street were closed, and not a single person could be seen on the street. Compared to the stifling and oppressive atmosphere of shattering snow pass, Eternal Forest City was already filled with the glint of blades and shadows of swords. Below the city walls, the soldiers who had set up ladders tried their best to climb up the city walls, but they were forced back down by the people on the city walls with stones and arrows. When the people in front fell, there would naturally be people at the back who would take their places. The soldiers on the city gate tower were also shot down from time to time by the divine archers below, falling to the ground until they were beyond recognition. At this moment, no one cared about these things anymore. Everyone could only crazily kill each other. Everyone had forgotten that they were all from the Chu state and were once comrades. In a pair, only you die and I live. How about it? I'll go up first. On the city walls, two young generals looked solemn. "I'll go first." Pulling out his sword, the young general turned around and left. The person who was left behind, watching them leave, humphed helplessly. He turned around and pulled out his sword to cut down a person who was trying to climb up the city gate tower while the soldiers on the city walls were shot down. The city gates were opened, and the young general led a group of people and rushed out. They rushed into the enemy's formation and rampaged, reducing the pressure on the city walls once again. The young general took the lead and killed countless people along the way. Soon, a burly middle-aged man blocked his way. The middle-aged man held a broadsword and swept away the people around him. He mocked, "Is there no one else under Murungshin's command? You actually sent a brat who is still wet behind the ears to block my way. If you know what's good for you, immediately open Yonglin City for me, and I'll spare your life." The young general sneered, "I don't accept nameless people under my command. Where did this renegade come from? Tell me your name, and I'll leave your corpse intact." "I'm Sun Wei, the vanguard of the Western Army personally appointed by Prince Li." The young general rolled his eyes. "So it's Mo Jingli, that traitor, Sun Wei. I've never heard of you. Die obediently." The long sword in his hand was fast and ruthless. He mercilessly slashed at the man who claimed to be the vanguard of the Western Army. For a moment, the man was flustered and finally died in the hands of the brat he looked down upon. The young general spat disdainfully, "You're just a pussy. How dare you show off in front of me?" The vanguard was killed, and the besieging army was suddenly in chaos. The general who was left behind to guard the city took the opportunity to command the army to attack. Not long after, the besieging army retreated in panic. "Xia Shu, how was it?" Back on the city wall, looking at the defeated enemy, the young general, who had just shown his skills and vented the depression of these days, was beaming with joy. The young man called Xia Shu looked into the distance and frowned. They should be the vanguard of the enemy. Although they were killed, when the Real elites come. The young general couldn't help but frown. The joy of the victory just now gradually dissipated. Not to mention hundreds of thousands of soldiers, even hundreds of thousands of pigs could trample them to death. It was already very difficult for 20,000 people to defend the city, not to mention to go out of the city to meet the enemy. Yonglin City was not like Broken Snow Pass. If they defended and didn't go out, Prince Li's army might bypass Yonglin City first. Although it was a little troublesome, it was not impossible. Once Broken Snow Pass was taken, their isolated city with only 20,000 people would be in the bag. Who cares? If they come, I'll beat them back all the same. I, Yunting, am not a coward. The young general snorted. Xia Shu also gradually revealed a smile. You're right. Let's make it clear first, it's my turn next. Perhaps because the vanguard troops in front of them were defeated and returned, the troops behind them came later than they expected. They didn't hear the sound of war drums until the next morning. Xia Shu and Yunting stood on the city gate tower and looked down. Yunting couldn't help but gasp. Mo Jingli brought out all the troops in Lingzhou, right? The front of Yonglin City wasn't spacious, but at a glance, the fluttering banners and the densely packed figures made people not want to estimate the number of troops. Xia Shu said in a low voice, "When we were in the capital, I heard that Prince Li was an idiot. Now it seems that it's not entirely true." Looking at Prince Li's troops below the city, they were strict and orderly. They didn't look like an army that an idiot could bring out. Yunting curled his lips and said, "Either he has an expert under him, or he's pretending to be crazy. Can an idiot start a rebellion? He's crazy." A few people came out from the enemy's troops. One of them, a middle-aged man who was obviously not a general, shouted upstairs, "The guards upstairs, listen up. Immediately open the city gate and let us in." Yunting curled his lips. "Who are you? Do you think we'll let you in just because you said so?" The middle-aged man said, "I'm the governor of Yongzhou. Yongzhou has already submitted to Prince Li. Why don't you immediately open the city gate and let Prince Li in?" Hearing this, Yunting couldn't help but curse in a low voice. "I was wondering who it was. So it's just a traitor. There's a path to heaven but you don't want to take it. As a traitor, you should find a place to hide. How dare you come out and show off?" He took out the bow and arrow from the back of the soldier next to him and shot at the governor of Yongzhou without hesitation. Chapter 209. Awe. The Yongzhou governor, who was speaking proudly on horseback, was pulled back by someone beside him. The arrow flew past his ear. He was so frightened that he screamed and almost fell off his horse. Yunting clicked his tongue with some regret. Your luck is too bad. The Yongzhou governor's persuasion was useless. One of them waved his hand and had someone send him back to the army. Only then did he raise his head and say to the two people on the city gate tower, "Are the two generals Yunting and Xia Shu on the city gate tower? The two of you only have 20 to 30,000 soldiers at most. You can't stop my 200,000 soldiers. Why put up a stubborn resistance? Actually, we are all citizens of the Dechu state. If there are any losses, everyone will feel bad, right?" Yunting spat and sneered, "What a joke. Do you still know that you are a citizen of the Dechu state? I thought it was some traitor's dog barking here." The expression of the people below the city changed slightly. They quickly continued to laugh. The emperor is tyrannical. King Li is the true son of heaven. We should naturally follow King Li's orders. Spit. Yunting raised his hand and shot another arrow. Seeing that the other party easily dodged it, he didn't care. He shouted angrily, "I have seen many shameless people, but I have never seen someone as shameless as you. The emperor is tyrannical. Did the emperor kill your parents or steal your wife? The true son of heaven. Do you think I have never heard of it when I was far away at the border? Seducing your future sister-in-law before marriage and getting caught with another woman on the day of the marriage. Ah. Also, fainting on the day of the wedding. If your body is so weak, stay at home and rest. Don't come out and embarrass yourself." Xia Shu, who was standing on the side, heard Yunting's angry scolding and looked embarrassed. The soldiers on the city gate couldn't help but laugh loudly. Even King Li's soldiers below the city gate had strange expressions. The general who wanted to persuade the other party to surrender wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. He pointed at Yunting hatefully and said, "Good brat. Don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead." Yunting raised his chin and said arrogantly, "Just you wait." Behind the heavy army, Mo Jingli's face was pitch black. His gloomy and cold aura made the generals around him not dare to make a sound. Although they were far away from the front, Yunting's words were transmitted using internal energy. The generals by Mo Jingli's side all knew some martial arts, so they naturally heard everything clearly. Mo Jingli's expression turned ugly. "Attack the city. I want that brat alive." "Yes." The person beside him waved his hand, and the sound of a war drum shook the sky. The army on the drum had begun to attack the city. Mo Jingli clearly wanted to end the battle quickly, taking down most of the areas south of the Cloud Mist River before the Imperial Court's reinforcements arrived. Therefore, even if it was a small city like Yonglin, he did not show any mercy. After all, Shattered Snow Pass was behind Yonglin. This time, Yunting and Xia Shu clearly felt the pressure that was several times greater than yesterday. Just defending the city wall was already too much for them, not to mention diverting troops out of the city to fight. Even if they could divert some troops, once they were surrounded by tens of thousands of troops, they would not be able to return. The huge round wooden stakes under the city wall began to hit the city gate. Even the entire city wall seemed to be trembling with the heavy thuds. The soldiers on the city wall fell down one by one, but the enemies who wanted to climb up the city gate tower seemed to be endless. Yunting and Xia Shu also kept waving their weapons to fill in the gaps caused by the deaths of the soldiers. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood. Seeing that the defenders on the city wall were getting fewer and fewer, Yunting's white battle robe was full of blood. How unlucky. This is the first time I personally lead an army into battle. Is it going to be completely wiped out? Don't worry. If you die, the imperial court will definitely confer you the title of general. Xia Shu twitched his lips and said with a faint smile. Thank you for your comfort. I still want these bastards to die first. Yunting said. He raised his sword and stabbed an enemy who climbed up the city gate tower and wanted to attack Xia Shu from the side. Then he picked up the corpse and directly threw it down to the people who wanted to climb up the ladder. Brothers, hold on for me. If we let these traitors pass Shattered Snow Pass, we will be finished. Shattered Snow Pass has been built for hundreds of years and those southern border barbarians have never stepped in. We can't let it be destroyed in our hands. Yunting raised his arms and shouted. The soldiers guarding the city roared in unison, defend Yonglin to the death. They were all soldiers, but those who were stationed in the country found it difficult to understand the mentality of the soldiers who were stationed at the border. Guarding the country was the most important glory and mission in their hearts. It was also the responsibility that was engraved in their bones. In the mountain forest a few miles away from Yonglin City, Yili stood under the shade of a tree on a hillside and looked into the distance. The sound of soldiers and horses could be heard clearly even from a few miles away. Wang! Gongzi, Yonglin City can't hold on anymore. And San quickly walked over and reported. Yili lowered her head and said, It's not bad to be able to hold on for so long with only 20,000 men. Who is guarding Yonglin City now? An heir said, It's General Murong's 2 lieutenants, Yunting and Xia Shu. Yili frowned, only 2 lieutenants. An heir nodded, there are not many generals guarding Shattered Snow Pass. These 2 are General Murong's most promising subordinates. They are also the 2 young generals that General Murong values the most. That Yunting even killed Prince Li's vanguard yesterday. Yili frowned, Mo Jingli is also in the army. An heir nodded and pointed to a place in the distance where a banner was fluttering, Prince Li should be there. Gongzi, should we? Yili shook her head, Mo Jingli must be heavily guarded. Besides, he himself is not a mediocre person. It's almost impossible to catch the leader first. An heir, and San. Yes. Pick a few people and kill Yongzhou's governor. An heir and an San looked at each other and said in a clear voice, This subordinate obeys. Yili said in a deep voice, As long as we kill Yongzhou's governor, don't do anything else and retreat immediately. Yes. Then Gongzi, you. Yili sighed softly and looked at the blue sky, I'll go with the Black Cloud Cavalry. The Black Cloud Cavalry commander standing behind her looked at Yili with respect. Even though they should listen to Wang Fei's orders, but a Wang Fei who was nimble and smart was easier for these proud and powerful soldiers to accept than a master who only had looks and talent. Even though they hadn't known each other for long, but these days, Wang Fei had followed them on horseback and traveled 100 li a day. She was even more agile than normal soldiers. This caused the Black Cloud Cavalry to truly submit to this mistress. An heir and an San also knew that even though they were called Shadow Guard, Wang Fei did not need people to follow and protect her at all times. Wang Fei had sent them to carry out various missions for their future. She hoped that they would be able to stand openly in the crowd and not just be bodyguards who could not see the light of day. This subordinate obeys. An heir said. At the same time, he exchanged a look with the Black Cloud Cavalry commanders. Wang Fei's safety is in your hands. Chapter 210. The leader of the Black Cloud Cavalry raised his eyebrows and agreed. Is everything ready? When an heir and an San left, Yili turned around and asked. Gongzi, everything is ready. We can set off at any time. Yili nodded, very good. Divide into 4 groups and enter the battlefield from the 2 wings. After a quarter of an hour, the rest of the people get ready to move. Yes. The situation on the battlefield was getting more and more difficult. In the beginning, only 1 or 2 enemies climbed up the city wall and were immediately killed. Later on, the enemies who climbed up the city wall could still kill a few people. Although they didn't cause too much harm for now, they wouldn't be able to last much longer. Enchanting finally didn't have time to waste his energy shouting and cursing. He waved his weapon silently, his young face revealing obvious tiredness and cold murderous intent. Xia Shu's right arm was torn and he had to switch to using his left hand. Luckily, his left-hand swordsmanship was as sharp as his right hand. After a wave of attacks stopped, another wave of attacks came. Xia Shu raised his hand and swung his sword to sweep an enemy off the city wall. Suddenly, another person appeared on the city wall, an assassin with a ferocious expression. Xia Shu! Enchanting exclaimed, throwing off an enemy and pouncing over. Xia Shu was only stunned for a moment, but he saw that person's ferocious face had an astonished expression as he fell backwards. 4 black shadows were like 4 sharp black arrows, shooting into the tens of thousands of troops at a shocking speed. Wherever it went, it was like a black tornado that swept through everything before it. Furthermore, it quickly split the army of tens of thousands of soldiers into pieces. Soon, the gray battlefield was torn apart by the black. What is that? Looking at the men in black flying under the city wall, they drew their bows and shot 3 arrows at the same time, as if they didn't even need to aim, accurately hitting 3 people who tried to climb up the city wall. Then, a few faster black tornadoes rolled by, and the ladder under the city wall turned into a pile of scrap in a very short time. Then, the riders on the horses left as if there was no one around. Enchanting looked at the scene under the city wall in shock and exclaimed. Xia Shu covered his painful wound and forced a smile. It's the reinforcements. Quick, shoot the arrows. Because the ladder was destroyed, the pressure on the city wall was greatly reduced. Xia Shu hurriedly ordered the soldiers on the city wall to shoot arrows to support the riders in black below. They stood on the city wall and naturally saw it clearly. There weren't many reinforcements, but their momentum and fighting power, as well as the momentum of the thousands of cavalry, made the enemy a bit confused. There were few cavalry in the south. Cavalry. Xia Shu looked at the black knights below. Where did so many riders come from? These riders were extremely fast. They occasionally crossed each other. From afar, it was impossible to see how many people there were. They only felt that the entire battlefield was filled with black-clothed riders. Everywhere they went, there were corpses. However, the terrain outside Yonglin City was narrow. It was impossible to spread out all the soldiers and horses. For a moment, they couldn't do anything to them. Black Cloud Riders. Mo Jingli gritted his teeth. Black Cloud Riders. Everyone trembled again. The timid ones couldn't help but turn pale. Black Cloud Riders, the Ding Palace's most elite force. It could even be said that they were the Dechu State's most elite army. They were personally controlled by the Ding Prince. Apart from the Ding Prince and the Ding Palace's mistress, who was acknowledged by the prince, no one else could command this army. The Black Cloud Riders appeared here, then. Prince Ding was definitely nearby. Impossible. Mo Jingli said coldly, that sickly Mo Xiuyao definitely couldn't have gotten here so quickly. He had secretly left the capital. Even if Mo Xiuyao received the news and immediately chased after him, with his sickly body, it would take at least a few days for him to get here. Even if he felt it, he still didn't have the strength to command the battle. Then, who is commanding this Black Cloud Riders right now? A general asked with a trembling voice. Mo Jingli snorted. He was sure that Imo Xiuyao definitely wasn't in Yonglin. However, who was commanding this Black Cloud Riders? Feng Zhiyao. That wasn't right. Feng Zhiyao couldn't command the Black Cloud Riders. Prince, there are a large number of riders coming from the south. Imo Jingli was stunned. How many? Many, countless. The scouts were all killed when they got close. Everyone looked towards the south. Sure enough, they saw smoke and dust billowing from the other side of the forest. There were also galloping horse hooves that seemed to shake the ground. Without a few thousand horses, there definitely wouldn't be such an effect. Chapter 2:11. Prince, the signal to retreat sounded, and the enemy troops retreated like a tide. At the same time, the Yonglin city gates opened, and the black-clothed cavalry quickly rushed into the city, and the heavy city gates closed again. On the city walls, looking at the departing enemy troops, Yunting and Xia Shu looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. If these people did not feel it, they probably would not have been able to hold on. Yunting casually wiped away the blood on his sword, and returned the sword to its sheath, and asked curiously, Xia Shu, who is it that came to help us? Xia Shu sighed, and said, when you go back, don't brag that you grew up in the capital, you can't even see this, and spend all your time on collecting those rumors, right? He even knew that Prince Li was fooling around with his sister-in-law, but he still acted like he was muddle-headed. Yunting tilted his head and blinked, then suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at Xia Shu in a daze. After a while, he stuttered, Xia Shu, it can't be the one I think it is, right? Xia Shu rolled his eyes at him. Other than that, who else can it be? Yunting finally screamed, and quickly ran down the city gate tower. Xia Shu helplessly shook his head, and also followed. The legendary Black Cloud Cavalry, he was also very curious about it, okay? On both sides of the wide street below the city walls, there was a dense mass of people and horses. But no matter if it was the people or the horses, they did not make a single sound. The entire street was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. As soon as Yunting walked down the gate tower, he felt a sharp killing intent and an oppressive aura coming at him from all directions. His originally overjoyed expression involuntarily disappeared as he stood up straight and looked at the person in front of him. The person at the front was also dressed in black, but he did not ride on a horse like the others. Instead, he stood there quietly while leading a black steed. Yunting could see that he was different. Compared to the cavalry on horseback, he was petite and kind, and did not have the stern and fierce aura of the cavalry. He even looked at Yunting with a faint smile in his eyes. However, Yunting knew that this did not mean that this person was weaker than others. On the contrary, this person should be the leader of these people. I am Captain Yunting of Shattering Snow Pass. Thank you for coming to my aid. I wonder, how should I address you? Yili looked indifferently at the young general who was clearly nervous and expectant. She couldn't help but find it funny. But his face was calm. Commandant Yun, is it convenient for us to talk somewhere else? Yunting was still in a daze. Xia Shu, who followed behind him, said, of course, this way please. I am Xia Shu, the captain of Shattered Snow Pass. Yili nodded and turned to the Black Cloud Cavalry behind her, rest here. Yes. The 2,000 Black Cloud Cavalry got off their horses in unison. Their actions were so uniform that it was shocking. Yunting came back to his senses and said, everyone must be tired from the journey. Why don't we rest in the camp? Yili said somewhat helplessly, I'm afraid there won't be any time to rest. Presumably, Yonglin City also had a lot of injured soldiers that needed to be taken care of. But these warhorses still need to be taken care of by the two of you. Xia Shu naturally understood. Fortunately, Although there weren't many cavalries in Shattering Snow Pass, the fodder for 2,000 warhorses could still be provided for some days. He nodded and said, "Don't worry, young master. I'll send someone to take care of it immediately." "Young master, this way please." Yili nodded and followed Xia Shu to the military camp not far from the gate tower. Yun Ting was a little dizzy. He looked back at the black-clothed cavalries who either sat down or closed their eyes to rest or wiped their swords after sending the warhorses away. Then he looked back at Yili who followed Xia Shu with a few black-clothed men. He shook his head and hurriedly chased after them. In the hall that looked a little shabby because of the temporary setup, Xia Shu stared at the black-clothed young man who sat in front of him leisurely and looked around the hall. He also saw the 4 black-clothed cavalries who stood beside him as his guards. "Young master, can you say anything now? I haven't asked the origin of young master and the rest of you." Yili looked at the 2 of them and smiled. "No wonder General Murong would send the 2 of you to guard Yonglin City. Commandant Yun is brave and valiant, and Commandant Xia is cautious. It's really a rare combination." Xia Shu smiled bitterly. "If young master and the rest of you hadn't arrived today, I'm afraid that Xia Shu and Yun Ting could only apologize with death." He still stared at Yili. He wouldn't forget that the young man in front of him hadn't told him his identity. Yili was helpless. She raised her hand and pulled down the bun on her head, letting the black hair slide down her shoulder. She smiled faintly and said, "I'm Ding's consort." "Ding's consort?" Yun Ting and Xia Shu looked at each other. Although the situation in front of them was unexpected, it seemed to be reasonable. Except for Prince Ding, only Ding's consort could mobilize so many black cloud cavalries. But how could Ding's consort, who was rumored to have disappeared, suddenly appear in Broken Snow Pass and even lead the black cloud cavalries to rescue Yonglin City? And it was said that Ding's consort was the daughter of the minister of the imperial court, the granddaughter of Mr. Qingyun. She was a delicate lady from a noble family. How could she? Yun Ting felt even more dizzy. He stood aside and didn't say anything. He let Xia Shu, who was obviously calmer than him, handle everything. Xia Shu was also frightened. It took him a long time to come to his senses. He said, "Why, are you here?" Yili smiled and said, "I wasn't here at first. I heard the news that Broken Snow Pass was besieged. Fortunately, I made it in time. If you 2 don't believe my identity, is Miss Murong, the daughter of General Murong, still in Broken Snow Pass?" Xia Shu's face changed slightly. He said awkwardly, "It's not that I don't believe your identity. After all, the Black Cloud cavalries are the best evidence. It's just..." Yili nodded. "I understand what Commandant Xia means. Don't be nervous. Both of you, please sit." Xia Shu and Yun Ting looked at each other. They thanked each other and took their seats. Originally, they were happy that the Black Cloud cavalries came to their rescue. But now that they found out that the one leading the Black Cloud cavalries was Ding's consort, they didn't know what expression to use. Everyone knew that Prince Ding wasn't in a good position. If he wanted to mobilize the Black Cloud cavalries, he couldn't do it without Ding's consort. But if such a delicate and slender woman really had the ability to command such a strong army and lead them against hundreds of thousands of Prince Li's rebel army, the 2 didn't have much confidence in their hearts. This subordinate requests to see consort. An air and Insan's voice came from outside the door. Xia Shu and Yun Ting were stunned. They looked outside the door vigilantly. A few men wearing normal soldier uniforms walked in. Even though the uniforms of Dechu State soldiers were similar, Xia Shu could still see the insignia on these people's uniforms. They were obviously Prince Li's soldiers. These people were obviously not let in by the soldiers guarding the city. You've worked hard. How did it go? An heir stepped forward and said, following consort's orders, we've already executed the Yongzhou governor. It's a pity that Prince Li has many subordinates and this subordinate was unable to bring back the Yongzhou governor's head. Asking for consort's forgiveness. Yili raised her hand. It's fine. You did very well. Go and rest. Everyone left. Yunting said in shock, You killed the Yongzhou governor. Chapter 212. Yunting, don't be rude, Xia Shu said in a deep voice. Xia Shu said in a deep voice. Since they could confirm that the woman in front of them was the imperial concubine, regardless of whether she had the ability to lead the Black Cloud Cavalry and the Yonglin army, she was not someone they could be rude to. Although he was also shocked by what he heard just now. Yili nodded slightly and said, the Yongzhou governor did not want to serve the country and surrendered to Prince Li. If we don't deal with him seriously, I'm afraid other officials will be persuaded by him and follow his example. Xia Shu nodded and said, what Wang Fei said is right. If the Yongzhou governor did not betray Prince Li, Yonglin army would not be trapped today. Yunting looked at Xia Shu and then looked at Yili. He suddenly asked, Princess, when will the reinforcements arrive? Yili pondered for a moment and shook her head, I don't know. I was in Nanzhao before. After hearing the news of Shattered Snow Pass, I rushed back. But Yongzhou Army Commander Wu was ambushed at the Cloud River. I'm afraid there won't be any reinforcements in the next few days. It was good enough that the entire south of the Cloud River could protect themselves. There was no need to think about reinforcements. In Jiangbei, only Yongzhou was the closest to Yongzhou. If the Yongzhou army was ambushed, the other army would not come out without receiving the imperial edict. Soldiers. Yunting and Xia Shu were the commanders of the Yonglin army. They were not ordinary soldiers, so Yili had no intention to deceive them. If the commander could not see the situation clearly, there was no need to mention anything else. Damn it! Yunting cursed in a low voice. Even with the addition of the 2,000 Black Cloud Cavalry, they had less than 20,000 men. Even if they were not afraid of death, if they could defend Yonglin army by fighting all of them, he would rather die on the battlefield. Xia Shu slowly took a breath and calmed himself down before asking, in this case, Princess, please leave Yonglin army and return to the capital as soon as possible. Leave? Yili raised her eyebrows and asked. Xia Shu smiled bitterly, to tell you the truth, although we have made a military order in front of General Murong, we are not qualified. However, Yonglin, we can only do our best to defend for as long as we can. This one has heard of the grudge between Princess Consort and Prince Li. What if when the time comes? So please leave as soon as possible. Yili revealed a smile, Commandant Xia, did you think that this consort came to Yonglin to stroll around here and then leave? Moreover, if I leave, even if I leave the Black Cloud Cavalry to you, will you be able to command them? Xia Shu looked at Yili guiltily. He did have this idea. He hoped that Princess Ding could leave the Black Cloud Cavalry behind to help defend the city. However, Princess Ding was right. If even the past emperors could not touch the Black Cloud Cavalry, then how could he, a mere military officer, command them? Yili raised her eyebrows and looked at him with a smile. What's wrong? Did I embarrass you by defending the city with you? This. Xia Shu was speechless. Yunting said straightforwardly, Princess Consort, the battlefield is too dangerous. You have a noble status and you are a girl. How can we let you defend the city with us? Why don't you talk to the brothers of the Black Cloud Cavalry and stay behind to help us defend the city? This way, you will be safe and we will have more confidence in defending the city. Yili giggled and covered her mouth. Commandant Yun, I rode in by myself just now. I didn't sit in a sedan and let people carry me in, right? Yun Ting was stunned. Only now did he remember that in the chaos just now, there was indeed no one who was protecting anyone. So this girl who didn't even reach his shoulder was actually someone who had followed all the Black Cloud cavalry and killed their way out of the army. Xia Shu coughed lightly and cupped his hands towards Yili. This one has been rude. General Murong is at Shattered Snow Pass. Why don't we ask Princess Consort to see General Murong first before making a plan? Yili frowned and thought for a moment. She nodded. That is good. The rebel army has suffered setbacks in the past 2 days. Right now, they have retreated 20 li. Mo Jingli will not advance rashly before investigating clearly. Since I am here, it is not right if I don't see General Murong. Let's go to Shattered Snow Pass first. Yun Ting volunteered. I will send Princess Consort over. Xia Shu looked at Yun Ting with a faint smile. As if he understood what he was thinking, he smiled tolerantly. I will stay behind to guard Yonglin. Yili nodded. Then I will have to trouble Commandant Xia. I will leave the Black Cloud cavalry to help Commandant Xia strengthen the city walls. Xia Shu was overjoyed. Everyone knew that the Black Cloud cavalry was good at attacking, but at the same time, those who were good at attacking would know where the weakness of the defense was. It was every soldier's honor to be able to observe the Black Cloud cavalry at a close distance. Hearing this, Yun Ting was in a dilemma. Was it better for Princess Ding to see General Murong, or was it better to stay behind to watch the Black Cloud cavalry? Looking at Yili, who had stood up, Commandant Yun Ting clenched his fist in his heart. It was absolutely necessary to please Princess Ding first. If after this battle, he could ask Princess Ding to take him into the Black Cloud cavalry. Even if he was a small soldier, he was willing. Shattered Snow Pass. Covered in blood, Murongshin walked into the tent with a majestic gait. As if they knew that Prince Li's rebel army was approaching, the Nanzhao people's attack became more and more intense. In the end, Murongshin personally led people out of the city and fought for a long time to kill them back. Now he could finally take a breath. Murongshin did not even have time to change his clothes before he hurried back to the tent to listen to the battle report of Yonglin City. General, this morning, Prince Li personally led 150,000 troops and horses and arrived at Yonglin City. Murongshin waved his hand and said, "Nonsense. There is only so much space outside Yonglin City. Where is he going to place his 150,000 troops?" One of his subordinates stood up and said, "I'm afraid that the 150,000 troops are prepared for our Shattered Snow Pass. Yesterday, Yun Ting and Xia Shu killed Prince Li's vanguard and killed the vanguard who opened the way. Today, those two brats will not have a good time." Murongshin nodded and said, "Yun Ting and Xia Shu fought well this time. General, why don't I take people to Yonglin City to have a look? I'm afraid that those two brats can't hold on today," a middle-aged deputy general said with some worry. Murongshin shook his head with a heavy expression. "The Nanzhao army will attack at any time. Besides, we can't spare more troops to support them." All the generals were silent. Transferring people from Shattered Snow Pass was equivalent to letting the Nanzhao people into Shattered Snow Pass. If they did not transfer people, the 20,000 people in Yonglin City would be eaten by Prince Li's army sooner or later. At that time, they would not be able to hold Shattered Snow Pass even if they surrounded it from both sides. And the sad thing was, they could not even break out of the encirclement because they were guarding Shattered Snow Pass, which was the gate of Dechu State. Unless all the soldiers in Shattered Snow Pass were killed, they would never let the foreigners take a step in. This was the belief that generations of guardians of Shattered Snow Pass had used their lives and blood to forge. Damn it! Prince Li actually colluded with the Nanzhao people. The bad-tempered generals could not help cursing. What could be more depressing than being stabbed in the back by your own people when you were fighting for your life in front of a bloody storm? How could the dignified prince of the royal family, the brother of the emperor, collude with foreigners? Chapter 213. General, the battle report of Yonglin City. Send it in. The cursing in the tent stopped abruptly. Everyone looked at the soldier who came in with the report seriously, for fear of hearing bad news from him. General, the rebel army of King Li attacked the city for 2 hours this morning. At noon, the rebel army was defeated. Lieutenant Xia asked the general to rest assured that as long as there is a soldier in Yonglin City, the rebel army will never cross the city. The soldier reported loudly. Great, these 2 boys are really good. Murong Shen was overjoyed. In fact, he was a little nervous about sending Yunting and Xia Shu to Yonglin City before. After all, they were too young, but there was no one to send in Shattering Snow Pass. He didn't expect that these 2 boys could win 2 days in a row. After thinking for a while, Murongshan asked with some doubts, King Li's army of more than 100,000 has been exhausted. How did Yunting and Xia Shu defeat them? The soldier didn't hide it. We couldn't hold on at first, but suddenly many cavalrymen in black appeared out of nowhere and defeated the enemy. In addition, the governor of Yongzhou was also killed in King Li's army. Murongshan was stunned. He couldn't figure out the identity of these cavalrymen in black, but it was a good thing that the governor of Yongzhou was killed. Good. Go back and check the information of those cavalrymen. Send it to me as soon as possible. Yes. General, Lieutenant Yunting wants to see you. Yunting. Why is he here? Let him in. Murongshan frowned and waved his hand to order. Not long after, Yunting came in a hurry. As soon as he entered the door, he shouted to Murongshan, General, look who this is. Murongshan was about to reprimand Yunting for his impetuousness, but when he looked up, he couldn't say anything for a long time. Murongshan didn't like to socialize in the capital, and Yili didn't like to go out either. But Murongting and Yili were really good friends. Therefore, General Murong, who loved his daughter as much as his own life, had seen this famous Princess Ding a few times. Although the other party was dressed in black and was dressed as a man, Murongshan had a deep impression of her beautiful face and calm smile. Wang. Murongshan tried his best to swallow the rest of the word, only to hear Yili salute him with a smile. General Murong, how have you been since we parted in the capital? After all, Murongshan was a general who had been on the battlefield for half of his life. He quickly regained his composure and returned the greeting with a smile. Thank you for your concern. I would like to thank you for your help in resolving the crisis of Yonglin. The black-clad cavalryman saw the princess consort of Ding who suddenly appeared here. If Murongshan couldn't guess who saved Yonglin, he wouldn't be Murongshan who had fought with Mo Lufang. Although the generals in Shattering Snow Pass didn't know who the black-clad young man who came with Yunting who saved Yonglin was, they clearly sensed that General Murong knew this person, so they also relaxed their guard and looked at Yili curiously. Murongshan looked at the crowd, waved his hand to let them leave, and then invited Yili to sit down. Yili didn't stand on ceremony. After thanking him, she walked to one side and sat down. General, can Shattering Snow Pass be defended? Yili knew Murongshan's temper very well, and didn't want to waste time with him, so she asked directly. Murongshan looked deeply at Yili, sighed after a while, and said, I won't hide it from you, princess. If there weren't Prince Li's hundreds of thousands of troops behind me, Murongshan dares to guarantee that the people of Nanjiang would never step into Shattering Snow Pass. But, once Yonglin City is breached, Shattering Snow Pass may not be able to defend for even half a day. There was no barrier between Shattering Snow Pass and Yonglin City. Once the rebel army passed Yonglin City, it was equal to leaving the defending army behind for the rebel army to attack. At that time, the defending army of Shattering Snow Pass would be wiped out without any effort from Nanzhao people. Yili naturally understood that Murong-shen was telling the truth. She frowned and said, "In your opinion, how long will it take for the reinforcements to arrive?" Murong-shen smiled bitterly. "If, at most 2 days, the reinforcements will arrive. But now, within 10 days, we won't even see half a shadow of the reinforcements." Yili raised her eyebrows. "So you mean that Shattering Snow Pass can't be defended?" Murong-shen gritted his teeth and said, "We have to defend even if we can't. As long as Murong-shen is still alive, Nanzhao people won't be able to pass through Shattering Snow Pass." Yili was silent for a moment, and then raised her head and asked, "How long do you think we can defend?" Murong-shen said in a low voice, "That depends on how long Yonglin can last." "How many Black Cloud cavalry did Princess bring this time?" Yili sighed. "This time it's purely a coincidence. The Black Cloud cavalry only has 2,000 people. General, if Shattering Snow Pass can't be defended, can we retreat to Yunlan River?" Murong-shen waved his hand and said firmly, "Others can retreat, but Murong-shen can't. Since His Majesty has sent Murong-shen to guard Shattering Snow Pass, I can only live and die with Shattering Snow Pass." Yili frowned and said, "Then, have you thought about what will happen if Nanzhao people take advantage of the situation and march north after Shattering Snow Pass is broken? The 20,000 defending troops of Yongzhou have been wiped out at Yunlan River. At this time, not only is Yongzhou in danger, Yongzhou also has no troops to guard it." Murong-shen laughed and said proudly, "Don't worry, Princess. After receiving the news of Commander Wu's death, I thought of this point. So I've ordered people to monitor Henghui Bridge at Yunlan River day and night. If the reinforcements arrive first, then it's fine. But once Shattering Snow Pass is broken and the reinforcements haven't arrived, the people left there will destroy the bridge at all costs. No matter if Nanzhao people want to rebuild the bridge, cross the river by boat, or take a detour, the journey will be delayed for at least half a month. At that time, the reinforcements of the imperial court should arrive. But Princess, thank you for your help this time. Please leave Yongzhou as soon as possible for your safety." Yili stood up and saluted Murong-shen with admiration. "Since General has made up his mind, then, how about leaving Yonglin City to me?" "Princess." Murong-shen looked at her in surprise. Yili smiled and said, "Since I'm the princess of Ding country, how can I leave Yongzhou when it's in danger?" Yili is also willing to live and die with Yonglin City, so as to live up to the name of Ding country. Isn't that right? Murong-shen was silent for a long time before he finally said, "No wonder. No wonder the Black Cloud cavalry would listen to Princess Ding's command. She was indeed not an ordinary lady." Everyone thought that only Prince Ding and Princess Ding could command the Black Cloud cavalry. But they didn't know that even among the past Princess Ding, there were only 2 or 3 people who could really command the Black Cloud cavalry. Not to mention the former Princess Ding, even Prince Ding's birth mother, the princess who was deeply in love with Prince Regent Mo Lufang, also never had the right to command the Black Cloud cavalry. Yili raised her eyebrows and waited for Murong-shen's words. Murong-shen just shook his head and didn't say anything. He just looked up at Yili and said, "So, Yonglin City will be entrusted to Princess. I can't help Princess with anything, so I can only send another 10,000 people to Princess." These 10,000 people were supposed to be sent to reinforce Yunting and Xia Shu when they couldn't hold on anymore. It was also the only people he could send. Chapter 2:14. Yili nodded, "Thank you for your trust, General." After receiving Murong-shen's commander's seal, Yili didn't delay any longer. She got up and prepared to return to Yonglin City. Murong Shen was a veteran on the battlefield. If it weren't for the sudden attack and the great disparity in strength, they wouldn't be so stretched. Naturally, Yili didn't need to meddle in the defense of Shattered Snow Pass. When she got out of the military camp, she saw Murong Ting walking towards her with a sword. Ting Murong Ting was in a hurry to find her father, but she stopped when she heard a familiar voice. She stared at the familiar yet strange person in front of her for a long time before she came to herself and pointed at her. You, how dare you? Murong Shen came out behind her and glared at Murong Ting. How can you be so rude to Child Su? Child Su! Murong Ting screamed. Yili smiled and raised her eyebrows at Murong Ting. I'm Su Qinglu. Nice to meet you, Miss Murong. Murong Ting blushed and quickly hid behind Murong Shen. She glared at Yili with resentment. Yili couldn't be blamed for suddenly becoming thin-skinned. She could only blame the man she was with for looking too good. Even if he didn't put on makeup to change his appearance, he still looked like a handsome and slightly childish young man. He didn't have the slightest bit of a girl's delicate appearance. Murong Ting had always boasted of her heroic character, but she had to admit that even if she wore men's clothes, she wouldn't look more like a boy than the person in front of her. Even though she knew that Yili was a real woman, Murong Ting couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when she saw a handsome young man with a naive and childish look in her heart. Looking at Murong Ting's rare blush, Yili couldn't help but smile at her. The young man in the sun was handsome and elegant. His black clothes couldn't hide his clean and clear childishness. Murong Ting could only stare at him more widely and scold him in her heart, evildoer. General, I'll leave first. Yili didn't want to provoke Murong Ting anymore. She turned around and said goodbye to Murong Shen. Murong Shen nodded and said cautiously, in that case, please take care of Yonglin City. I won't let you down. Yili smiled. Murong Ting looked at Yili and rolled her eyes. Father, why is young Master Su going to Yonglin? Murong Shen frowned and said, young Master Su is going to help Yun Ting and Xia Shu defend the city. Murong Ting quickly said, I want to go too. Stop fooling around. Young Master Su is going to do something serious. Why are you following him? Murong Ting was so angry that she stomped her feet. Previously, he said that she was a girl and could not go to the battlefield. Now, wasn't he asking Lily to go to the battlefield? I don't care, I also want to help defend the city. I'm Daddy's daughter, not a useless person who only knows how to eat for free in the barracks. Aw. Young Master Su, can you take me with you? Being so excited, Murong Ting forgot that Yili was still wearing men's clothes. She directly jumped on him and shook his sleeves, which attracted the attention of the soldiers passing by. Yili coughed softly, pulled her hands away and said with a smile, Murong, men and women are different. Murong Ting just noticed the strange eyes of the soldiers passing by. She quickly let go of her hands and made a face at Yili. She turned back and pulled her father to act like a spoiled child. Father, let Ting go. I will never make trouble for others. Murong Shen was pestered by her and had no choice but to look at Yili. Yili lowered her head and said with a smile, if you don't worry, General, let Murong go with me. Murong Shen sighed. Now the situation was critical. There was not much difference between staying in Shattered Snow Pass and going to Yonglin City. Even if she stayed in Shattered Snow Pass, he could not take care of her when the battle really started. Well, I'll have to trouble young Master Su to take care of this girl. If she dares to be willful and mischievous, young Master Su can punish her according to military law. You don't have to be merciful. Thank you, Father. Murong Ting was overjoyed. She did not care about the military law that her father said later. At least this meant that her father was willing to treat her as a soldier and not as an insensible little girl, right? Thank you, father. Murong-ting was overjoyed. She did not care about the military law that her father said later. At least this meant that her father was willing to treat her as a soldier and not as an insensible little girl, right? After bidding farewell to Murong-shin, Yi-li and the others stopped in front of Shattered Snow Pass for less than 2 hours and then started to go back. Murong-ting rode on the back of the horse and looked at Yi-li's horse and the few Black Cloud cavalry soldiers behind her with envy. Only a few people had such an imposing manner. If the whole Black Cloud cavalry was in front of her, what a magnificent scene it would be. Just thinking about it made her blood boil. Ah, young Master Su, why did you come to Shattered Snow Pass? My father is really not worried about you. No matter what I said, he would not let me go to the battlefield. But when you came, he was actually willing to hand over the defense of Yonglin to you. Thinking of this, Murong-ting could not help but feel a little sour in her heart. Did her father really think that she was very useless, so he was unwilling to let her go to the battlefield? Yi-li smiled and said, I went to the southern border to settle some matters and coincidentally met you. Prince is actually willing to let you go to the southern border alone to settle some matters. Prince is really a good person. Not like my father, who always nags me that when a girl gets married, she has to stay at home obediently to do the housework and be virtuous. I don't want to stay at home obediently. Murong-ting complained softly in dissatisfaction. Her last sentence was so soft that it was almost like a whisper. However, everyone present had excellent hearing. Naturally, they all heard it clearly. Yun-ting smiled and said, Miss Murong, if you say that, young Master Lang will cry. Murong-ting bared her teeth and snorted at Yun-ting. Then she patted her horse and ran to the front. Yi-li smiled and followed her. She smiled and said, General Murong also dotes on you and is afraid that you will be in danger. I know, but my father only has one daughter. I also want my father to be proud of me. Also, I am not a child, I will not act impulsively. My father does not allow me to go to the battlefield. No matter how anxious I am, I will not secretly go behind his back. Yi-li nodded. Although Murong-ting was occasionally willful, she knew her limits and would not let others really worry about her. When they returned to Yonglin City, Xia Shu had already followed several commanders of Black Cloud cavalry to reinforce the defense of Yonglin City. Yun-ting had long been itching to do so. When he returned to the city, he told Yi-li that he did not have time to entertain her, the princess consort of Dinghua, and he also ran around. Murong-ting had no interest in Yi-li sitting in the study and reading a lot of files and maps. She turned her eyes and ran to find some young and strong men and clever women in the city, preparing to organize them. When the war came, although they could not go to the battlefield, it was not a problem for them to help take care of the wounded soldiers and deal with the logistics. Yi-li also agreed with her idea. Murong-ting, who had been restrained by Murong-shin for a long time, was even happier. She went with a smile. Yi-li sat in the specially vacated study, looking at the map in front of her and frowning. She was obviously not a genius, at least not in commanding a large-scale battle. As a special soldier in her previous life, she was better at local small group battles and attacking the enemy's key points. Now, in the situation where they did not have the advantage of time or even the geographical advantage, they had to face the siege of hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses. Let alone turning defeat into victory, they would be happy if they could successfully defend until the reinforcements arrived. The Shattered Snow Pass, which had not been broken by foreigners for hundreds of years, obviously gave Yonglin City a very safe feeling. Therefore, the defensive ability of the city wall of Yonglin City was not good at all, let alone the internal defense. Who would have thought that the soldiers stationed in the Shattered Snow Pass would one day have to face the attack from the Chu state? Chapter 2:15. Greetings to Princess Consort. Xia Shu, Yunting, and the others came together. They stood at the door and bowed to Yili. Yili waved to everyone without turning her head and said, "Come in, how is it?" Yunting, who had the most straightforward personality, smiled and said, "Thanks to the help of the Black Cloud Cavalry brothers, we have strengthened the city's defenses." The Black Cloud Cavalry commander who came together shook his head and said, "Yonglin City's foundation is too weak. Even if we strengthen it, it won't last long. Yesterday's attack could only be considered as a test. When the next attack starts, it won't be so easy to stop." Yili raised her head and frowned slightly, saying, "The rebel army probably won't attack in these 2 days, but we still have to be on guard. You all have to be careful." Yesterday, they deliberately deceived Mo Jingli. Before Mo Jingli figured out how many people they had, Mo Jingli wouldn't attack easily. But the trick wouldn't last long. Once Mo Jingli found out the truth, they would only be welcomed with a stronger attack. Yunting, Xia Shu, you guys are familiar with the surroundings. Come and look at this map. Yunting and Xia Shu went forward curiously. A large map was unfolded on the desk in front of Yili. On the top, there was a line of beautiful words written on it, Yonglin Topography Map. Yunting and Xia Shu quickly discovered that this map didn't just include Yonglin City. It included almost all the topography of Yonglin City and Fujian within 100 li radius. It also included Shattered Snow Pass and parts of Nanjiang. Most importantly, this map was clearly newly drawn. Yunting asked in confusion, "Does Princess Consort need a map? We still have a few maps here." Shattered Snow Pass also has a map of Yongzhou. Yili shook her head. Neither she nor the Black Cloud Cavalry were familiar with Yongzhou. And it was a big taboo to not be familiar with the terrain in war. Thus, when she was still in the southern border, she had already sent a message to the Black Cloud Cavalry to collect information on the terrain near Yonglin. It was only until last night that she was able to draw them out with reference to the original map. However, she didn't check most of the areas herself, which made the map more uncertain. Therefore, she wanted Yunting and Xia Shu, who were familiar with the local area, to have a look. Xia Shu stared at the drawing seriously for a long time, and his eyes were filled with fanaticism. He praised softly, "Is this drawn by the princess herself?" Yili rubbed her forehead and said, "Although I believe in the soldiers of the Black Cloud Cavalry, I didn't see it for myself. Look at this map and see if there is anything wrong with it." Xia Shu looked at it for a long time, then pointed to a place marked with a river on the map and said, "Here, if this river is closer to this mountain, there will probably be no problem." Yili picked up the pen again and asked, "What is the distance between this river and this mountain?" Xia Shu lowered his head and silently calculated, "About 3 miles. Yili raised her eyebrows. The difference was indeed a bit far. For something like a map, the slightest mistake was the difference of 1,000 miles. She picked up the pen and started to edit the drawing. Xia Shu was full of praise as he watched. He admired this princess consort from the bottom of his heart. Other things aside, something like a map, even if someone had personally walked through all the places, they might not be able to draw it. Furthermore, Princess Ding could draw it almost exactly from hearing about it. This map was at least 10 times clearer and more detailed than the one they had now. What did war rely on? Other than the art of war, wasn't it the right time and the right place? However, not everyone who led an army had the opportunity to explore all the places they were going to fight. Basically, with this map, they could see everything within 100 miles of Yonglin clearly. "Princess, are we just going to wait for the rebel army to attack the city?" Yunting asked impatiently. Yili smiled and said, "What was your original plan?" Yunting was a bit embarrassed. Originally, they could only wait for the rebel army to attack the city. It wasn't that they were willing to do so, but they were limited by their military strength. However, didn't they have 2,000 Black Cloud cavalry now? The Black Cloud cavalry wasn't good at defending, but attacking, right? Of course, he didn't like defending either. Yonglin is surrounded by mountains and forests. The cavalry's abilities are greatly restricted. Xia Shu frowned and said. It was the first time in his life that he saw the mountains and forests on the map and felt annoyed. If it was a flat land, the Black Cloud cavalry wouldn't be able to do this much. However, he also knew that if it was a flat land and the rebel army all attacked the city, they wouldn't be able to pass. The Black Cloud cavalry commander sneered and said, although the Black Cloud cavalry is called cavalry, they aren't only good at riding and archery. The cavalry was mainly used to deal with the northern tribes. However, the horses of the Dechu state couldn't compare to the horses of the northern tribes. Although the Black Cloud cavalry were all elites, if they wanted to fight with the northern tribes' cavalry, it would definitely not be good for either side. Xia Shu looked at the arrogant Black Cloud cavalry commander and the silent Air and Insan and said hesitantly, "Can we attack first and mess up their plans?" Yili raised his eyebrows. "Tell me about it." Xia Shu picked up the charcoal pencil and marked on the map while saying, "The rebel army has set up camp 20 miles away from Yonglin. If we sneak attack with our cavalry, we should be able to catch them off guard." Air said, "The cavalry's movements are too big. If we want speed, we will be discovered before we even get close to the camp. Also, using 2,000 to sneak attack a camp of over 100,000. If they were truly caught in a huge battle, the Black Cloud cavalry might not be able to escape unscathed." Xia Shu shook his head and said, "We don't need to sneak attack their camp. The terrain of Yonglin means that they definitely won't be able to station all of their troops in one place. If the rebel army camp is here, then there will definitely be some troops stationed here and here to form a horn and protect the camp. There shouldn't be more than 10,000 troops stationed in these two places. Perhaps, we can create some chaos." Qin Feng. Yili raised his eyebrows and asked the Black Cloud cavalry commander. Qin Feng said with a frown, "If it really is like this, then we can cut off the left wing's path to the camp and completely wipe out this group of people. Even if we can't, this mountain path isn't too wide and the enemy's reinforcements won't come too quickly. We will have time to retreat. Only this way, the enemy might suspect that the main force of the Black Cloud cavalry isn't even in Yongzhou." Yili blinked his eyes and asked with a smile, "What if the left and right wings are wiped out?" Everyone's eyes fell on Yili. Wiping out one side was already hard enough. How was it possible to wipe out both sides? Air and San, quickly gather all the information on Mo Jingli's camp. Yili ordered. Air and San nodded and left the study. For 2 consecutive days, because he didn't receive any news from the Black Cloud cavalry, Mo Jingli could only bide his time. Every time he saw the few Black Cloud cavalry on Yonglin City, Mo Jingli would always feel suspicious. In reality, there weren't many Black Cloud cavalry in Yongzhou and Mo Xiuyao wasn't even in Yongzhou. However, right when he wanted to make the decision to attack, he felt that this might be Mo Xiuyao's plan to lure him into a trap. Mo Xiuyao had always been crafty, so he couldn't help but be on guard. That was why even though Nanzhao had already sent people to urge him to attack, he could only bring over 100,000 troops to face off in front of this small Yonglin city. Chapter 216. Prince, Nanzhao has urged us many times. Are we attacking Yonglin tomorrow? In the tent, a middle-aged military man asked. Mo Jingli frowned. What's the hurry? If they're in such a hurry, why don't they attack shattering snow past themselves? They've fought for so many days and they haven't even scratched Murongshan's skin. The military advisor shook his head with a helpless smile. The walls of Shattering Snow Pass are strong and hard to break since ancient times. It's reasonable that they can't take it. Mo Jingli was a little hesitant. He frowned and looked at the military counselor, asking, "Is it really useful to let the Nanzhao people in?" The military counselor was slightly startled and looked at him in confusion. "Your Highness, what do you mean?" Mo Jingli snorted softly. "We didn't need the Nanzhao people to spend any effort to sweep Yongzhou. Once they enter Shattering Snow Pass, I'm afraid, it's easier to invite them in than to send them away." Although the Nanzhao people were cooperating with him now, he knew that they weren't so honest. Once the legend of Shattering Snow Pass was destroyed, these people would challenge Shattering Snow Pass more frequently in the future and invade the Chu state's territory. "Prince, there's no turning back," the military advisor advised. "Once we break the agreement, the Nanzhao people will retreat immediately. Then Murongxin will turn around to deal with us. When the imperial court's reinforcements arrive, the consequences will be unimaginable. So, Prince, it's better to end the battle quickly." Mo Jingli nodded. How could he not understand this? "Why do you think the Black Cloud cavalry came so quickly?" The military advisor said awkwardly, "Prince Ding has always been farsighted. In these 2 days, we haven't found any trace of the Black Cloud cavalry. I'm afraid that Prince Ding planted a hidden chess piece here earlier." Thinking of this, the military advisor couldn't help but wring his hands. If it weren't for the Black Cloud cavalry, Yonglin City would have been theirs. Perhaps even Shattering Snow Pass would have been broken. "You're saying that Mo Xiuyao predicted that there would be a war in Nanjiang?" Mo Jingli asked with an ugly expression. The military advisor did not dare to admit it and only said, "Perhaps it was left behind by Prince Ding to guard against Nanzhao. After all, Prince Ding fought very fiercely in Nanjiang back then." If the imperial family had not been worried that the young general of the Prince Ding mansion was too famous at that time and that his military exploits were too great, they would have retreated. The present Nanzhao probably no longer existed. Nanzhao's hatred of Prince Ding went without saying. Prince Ding probably also viewed the resurgent Nanzhao as a thorn in his side. Mo Jingli curled his lips in disdain. Mo Xiuyao claims to be a godly strategist, yet he still hasn't been able to conquer Nanjiang even after fighting for a year. I swept through Yongzhou in less than half a month. In at most half a year, we will be able to conquer the entire south of the Cloud Mist River. Prince is wise, military counselor said with a smile as he wiped his sweat without a trace. The fact that everything went so smoothly this time was definitely because the heavens were helping them. Ever since Murongxin guarded Broken Snow Pass, the emperor had used all kinds of methods to reduce the military strength of Yongzhou. The governor of Yongzhou spared no effort to find trouble for Murongxin. That was why Yongzhou's defense was empty. And this time, they had attacked unexpectedly, which was why their journey had been so smooth. In the future, when the imperial court reacted, it would not be so smooth. However, Prince was right. As long as they destroyed Murongxin in Broken Snow Pass, the south of the Cloud Mist River would indeed be in their pocket. Reporting to Prince. The Western Army was attacked. The soldier outside the tent hurriedly reported in a loud voice. Mo Jingli was startled. He suddenly got up and walked out of the tent to look into the distance. Sure enough, he saw a sea of fire in the west. Bastard! How could Yonglin City still have the military strength to launch a sneak attack? Military counselor followed behind him. When he saw the situation in the west, he was also startled. He quickly reminded, "Prince." Mo Jingli said coldly, "Send reinforcements." "Prince, look over there." The generals who hurried over screamed. At the same time, the camp in the east was also lit up. One of them said in horror. The east camp was also attacked. Military counselor's eyes flashed. He said in a low voice, "Prince, Yonglin City doesn't have many soldiers and horses. If we want to attack the east and west camps at the same time, the city must be empty. If we take the opportunity to attack the city now." Mo Jingli suddenly turned back and stared at him. "Do you think the two guys in Yonglin City have the guts to attack Yonglin City at night?" He was not familiar with Yunting and Xia Shu, but they were not strangers either. It was said that they were the two youngest captains under Murong Shin. Two captains in their early 20s, even if they were given the courage, they would not dare to leave Yonglin City alone and take the risk. What was more, as long as one was not an idiot, he knew that even if the night attack succeeded, it was impossible to defeat hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Instead, it would exhaust the defense forces of Yonglin City. "Prince means." Military counselor frowned. "Send spies to investigate. General Zhang, General Li, reinforce the east and west camps." "Yes, Prince." On a mountain peak not far from Prince Li's camp, Yili lowered her head and looked at the smoke and fire at the foot of the mountain with satisfaction. Xia Shu, an heir and Ensan followed Yili together and looked at the scene at the foot of the mountain. "The reinforcements are coming." Xia Shu pointed at a group of people on the road at the foot of the mountain and quickly moved in the direction of the west camp. Yili lowered her eyebrows and smiled. "The west camp is about to end, right? Let someone lead them around a few times." Xia Shu smiled and said, "Of course, if we talk about the terrain, the locals who have been stationed here all year round are more familiar with it. I'm afraid that the east camp won't be able to hold on for much longer." Yili said, "Let them deal with the people there by themselves. Let the shadow guard prepare. I don't want Mo Jingli to send reinforcements again. If they ate too much, they would be choked to death." And San smiled and said, "Princess, don't worry. The shadow guard can't fight, but they can definitely make trouble. The rebels would never have thought that their own people would come out from behind them. If they were attacked from behind in the dark, they would be prepared to fight to the death." Thanks to Prince Li, they didn't have time to change their appearance. The rebels not only had weapons but also had clothes similar to the Yonglin army. As for whether they could see the emblem of Prince Li's fief in the dark valley, it would depend on their luck. Yili nodded with satisfaction. "Let's go and have a look." The four of them got on the horses that were parked not far away and quietly ran to another mountain in the dark night. It could be foreseen that there would be a more exciting battle there. No one could avoid this night. The battle didn't stop until the sky was getting brighter. As a result, Mo Jingli's gloomy face became even darker. The east camp and the west camp, together with the reinforcements sent out, were close to 30,000 people. Nearly 70 to 80% of them were killed or injured. And the other side left less than 3,000 corpses. As for the valley behind the east camp, it was almost completely filled with his own people. If he still couldn't guess what happened, he would be an idiot. In one night, they lost more than 20,000 soldiers. The commanders of the east and west camps and the two generals who were sent as reinforcements also died. This was a shocking blow to the originally high morale of Prince Li's army. Unknowingly, the news that Prince Ding and his Black Cloud cavalry were in Yonglin City secretly spread in the Li army. Almost all the soldiers couldn't help but panic. Prince Ding's residence and the Black Cloud cavalry definitely had an unshakable deterrent force in the hearts of every soldier. At this time, Yonglin City was indeed full of joy. The great victory this time made Yunting walk with the wind. Chapter 217. Don't be happy too early. When Mo Jingli figures out the truth, I'm afraid no one will be able to stop his army. Yili said helplessly. Enchanting said excitedly, why don't we sneak attack a few more times? Xia Shu rolled her eyes at him, do you think that Prince Li's subordinates are all idiots? After being sneak attacked once, they will let you succeed again. Maybe they are waiting for you to walk right into their trap. Yili nodded and said, Xia Shu is right. This time, we are indeed taking a risk. If Mo Jingli reacts and directly attacks Yonglin, then even if we can kill 20 to 30,000 rebels, it will be useless. Yunting also gradually recovered from his excitement, biting his fingers anxiously. Then what should we do? Damn it, when will the Imperial Court's reinforcements arrive? Princess. And San came in with a letter. Yili nodded and said to the two, you can go do your work first. Yunting and Xia Shu respectfully left. Yili took the letter from Ansan and opened it. At first, she was happy, but soon her face sank. Ansan looked strangely at Yili's change in expression. She didn't know what was written in the letter to make the usually calm princess consort act so strangely. After a while, Yili slapped the letter on the table and said, pass down the order, from today onwards, the entire army will be on alert. Princess consort, what's wrong? Yili said, Mo Jingli is very likely to attack Yonglin within these 2 days. And San didn't understand. According to their predictions, the rebel army shouldn't move at all in these few days. Yili looked at the letter on the table and said, the reinforcements will arrive at Yunlan River within 3 days. Not long after, Mo Jingli will also receive this news. If he doesn't attack Yonglin at this time, once the reinforcements arrive, he will have no chance. And San nodded, so, as long as we can hold on for these 3 days. I'm just afraid that these 3 days won't be easy. In King Li's army, Mo Jingli stared at the secret letter in his hand as if he wanted to bore a hole through it. After a while, he angrily said, Good. Good Black Cloud Cavalry. I want to know which expert is in Yonglin City. It was written clearly in the secret letter that Mo Xiuya went to the palace to see Mo Jingqi 10 days ago. Even if he had left the capital at that time, he couldn't have arrived in Yongzhou in such a short time. Therefore, the one blocking his path in the past few days was definitely not that cripple Mo Xiuyao. As for the Black Cloud Cavalry, other than the 2,000 Black Cloud Cavalry in Yonglin City, they had searched the entire Yongzhou and did not find a single trace of the Black Cloud Cavalry. Prince, now. The military advisor's expression was grave. The reinforcements are coming so quickly. They will cross the Cloud River in at most 3 days. Prince, please make a decision as soon as possible. Should they withdraw the army to attack the east, or continue to attack the west to break through Shattered Snow Pass and join up with the Nanzhao army? Attack the city at all costs. The battle began again. This time, it was even more intense than a few days ago. Mo Jingli was not stingy as he sent out his most elite troops to attack the city. Although Yonglin City's defense had been improved with the help of the Black Cloud Cavalry, this kind of unrelenting and crazy attack still caused the soldiers defending the city to be extremely tired and suffer heavy casualties. After an entire day, the rebel army gradually retreated at night. However, they were still facing off against Yonglin City less than 5 li away. After a day, nearly half of Yonglin City's defenders had died. Even at night, they could not rest peacefully. They still had to guard against the rebel army's sneak attack. Yili looked at the situation in front of her and frowned. She waved her hand to have the Black Cloud Cavalry guard the city tower at night so that the soldiers defending the city could rest for a while. Li, can we defend Yonglin City? In the middle of the night, Mu Rongting stood on the city tower and looked down. In the distance, the rebel army's camp was dark and dense. She could not help but feel grave. Yili looked at her and said with a smile, "Why are you scared?" Mu Rongting pursed her lips and said with dissatisfaction, "Who's scared?" It's just that I have never seen so many dead people. In the past, Father always said that I was childish. Only now do I know that I really am. I always thought that after staying at the border with Father for a few years, I knew more than others. Actually, I have never seen a battlefield. Yili comforted her softly, "You've done very well." Mu Rongting was also very busy today. She brought the city's doctors and strong laborers to help the military doctors treat the injured soldiers. She also helped to transport food and arrows. Her entire person was haggard. "General Mu Rong will definitely be proud of you." Mu Rongting said with an embarrassed smile, "I didn't do anything. Li Li is the most powerful. If Li Li was my father's daughter, my father would definitely be so happy that he would wake up laughing in his dreams." Yili said with a smile, "Why don't we go back and ask if General Mu Rong is willing to let me switch with you?" "I don't want to. Father loves me the most." Yili laughed softly and said in a low voice, "Don't worry, we will all be fine." Mu Rongting was stunned. She sighed and said, "I'm not afraid. If the rebel army really attacks, this lady will kill one if one comes. If two come, this lady will kill two." Seeing Mu Rongting pretend to be brave, Yili couldn't help but laugh. She sighed and raised her head to look at the crescent moon in the sky. A trace of worry gradually covered her beautiful face. In the corner of the city gate tower, Xia Shu and Yun Ting stood side by side. Their eyes landed on the slender figure in the distance. Yili was dressed in a moon-white male outfit. She didn't have a hairpin in her hair. Instead, she used a moon-white ribbon to casually tie it up. Under the moonlight, her sparkling face was covered in a layer of faint silver light. It seemed to be a trace of pure melancholy. Her aura that was as quiet as a lotus and elegant as an orchid made the young girl in red clothes beside her lose her splendor. "If I can survive this time, I will definitely join the Black Cloud Cavalry," Yun Ting said firmly. Joining the Black Cloud Cavalry had always been his wish. It was just that he was even more determined now. "If we can't defend tomorrow, you can escort the princess consort and leave first. Head towards the north. After passing the Cloud Mist River, you should be able to meet the reinforcements soon," Xia Shu said faintly. Yun Ting glared at him and said, "Am I someone who would run away before the battle?" Xia Shu faintly swept a glance over him. "You don't know the relationship between the princess consort and King Li. What will happen if she falls into King Li's hands?" Yun Ting stilled. He couldn't help but look at the woman standing in the wind. He scratched his head in annoyance and said, "I don't have the ability to escort the princess consort away. You should go. You are better at persuading people. The princess consort doesn't look like she would abandon Yonglin City and leave by herself. Speaking of which, I really haven't seen such a princess consort before." Xia Shu nodded in agreement. Even though they had only known each other for a few days, this Princess Ding who was younger than them had completely subverted their understanding of the title of princess consort. She looked weak on the outside, but her heart was stronger than men. There was also his astonishing intellect, his sharp decisiveness as a general, and his agility that was greater than many other generals. Many times, Xia Shu felt that the woman wasn't a pampered princess consort, but a soldier who had experienced hundreds of battles. "Say, if we both survive and I ask the princess consort to accept me into the Black Cloud Cavalry, will the princess consort agree? Don't think about problems that can't be solved first." This had always been Yun Ting's habit. Tilting his head, Yun Ting began to imagine a beautiful future. Such a price. And Sam patted Xia Shu's shoulder and said with a smile, "If Yonglin City is really breached, we will risk our lives to protect you and kill our way out. At that time, we will be able to break out of the encirclement." What was the meaning of abandoning the city and fleeing now? Wouldn't it be better to abandon the city a few days earlier and save so many people from dying? Xia Shu was stunned. He slapped Ensan's hand away and turned to leave. Do whatever you want. Ensan shrugged and said helplessly to the people behind him, he seems to be shy. An heir patted his third brother helplessly. Was he crazy? They were on the battlefield right now, okay? Seeing the city gate begin to break under the heavy impact, Yili sighed helplessly. In the end, they couldn't hold on until the reinforcements arrived. Black Cloud Cavalry, get ready. Yes. The city gate tower was handed over to the few remaining defenders. Below the city gate tower, 2,000 Black Cloud Cavalry were ready. They were like an arrow ready to shoot at any time. Yili turned back and nodded to Xia Shu and Yunting, who were standing on the city gate tower. With a wave of her hand, the city gate fell to the ground. The moment the rebel army outside the city had no time to rush in, the Black Cavalry rushed out like a gust of wind. Everywhere they went, blood soared. Prince, they are here. Black Cloud Cavalry. At the back of the army, Mo Jingli sat high on his horse and stared at the situation on the battlefield. He didn't need the people beside him to remind him. He naturally saw the group of strong black figures. As expected of the Black Cloud Cavalry. The general beside him couldn't help but sigh. If they had this kind of army, why would they worry about the world being unstable? Even if they were already enemies, they still couldn't hide their admiration when they saw this kind of elite army. Mo Jingli laughed coldly. They finally came out. With a wave of his hand, two groups of fresh troops that hadn't participated in the battle charged into the battlefield. They all say that the Black Cloud Cavalry is good at attacking. Let's see what you can do with so many people. Yonglin City wasn't big to begin with. Because of the addition of these two groups of people, it could be said that it was overcrowded. The war horses couldn't move at all. The Black Cloud Cavalry clearly understood this. They quickly gave up on their war horses and merged into the chaotic army. Using 2,000 people to stop tens of thousands of people was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. However, the city gate was only so small. Even if they wanted tens of thousands of people, they couldn't rush in at the same time. Thus, for a moment, the two armies were still tangled in a stalemate at the city gate. Even if there were a few rebel soldiers who occasionally rushed in, they were quickly wiped out by the defending army inside the city gate. Who is that person? Mo Jingli, who was watching the battle, suddenly pointed at an exceptionally petite black-clothed figure in the chaotic army. He wore the same black cloud-patterned clothes as all of the Black Cloud Cavalry, but his movements were completely different from the Black Cloud Cavalry. If the Black Cloud Cavalry's movements were swift and fierce, then his movements were extremely simple and fierce. It was impossible to see any techniques, but with every simple movement, a soldier would fall in front of him. Regardless of whether it was the normal soldiers or the generals, there was no difference under his hands. That is. Everyone was speechless. No one knew who that person was. It was because apart from his figure being a bit shorter and his movements being a bit more swift and fierce, he didn't seem any different from the other Black Cloud Cavalry. Mo Jingli's dark eyes gradually narrowed as he stared at the fierce figure amidst the chaotic army. That figure gave him a strange sense of familiarity. After a long time, he finally spat out a name through gritted teeth, Yi Li. The military advisor on the side was stunned. He quickly looked at the person in the chaotic army and said in shock, "The prince said that is Princess Ding." Mo Jingli ignored his question. The whip in his hand pointed forward. "If you capture that person alive, I will reward you with 1,000 taels of gold." Yes. Even though the Black Cloud Cavalry had stopped the rebel army at the city gate, they were unable to effectively defend the city towers. Many rebel soldiers had already climbed up the city walls and started to fight with the defending army on the city walls. Yili could clearly feel the pressure at the foot of the city walls. She swept aside a rebel soldier that had pounced at her, and when she turned around, she just happened to pierce the throat of another rebel soldier that had pounced at her from behind. An heir and Insan came over. An heir said in a low voice, "Young master, it's time to retreat." Insan swung her sword and created a trail of blood as she said, "Did Imo Jingli discover the princess? Why do I feel that the people coming over right now aren't normal soldiers?" The people around them clearly had good martial arts and were harder to deal with than normal soldiers. Yili was helpless, but Yonglin City's fall was a foregone conclusion. If the Black Cloud Cavalry sacrificed themselves now, there was no meaning. They had stalled at the city gate for almost 2 hours. Shattered Snow Pass must have received the news. Black Cloud Cavalry, retreat from the battlefield. Chapter 219. Yes. Team 1, 2, and 3 bring up the rear. Everyone else retreat. Qin Feng ordered loudly. You want to run? Mo Jingli could clearly see the situation on the battlefield from far away. The Black Cloud Cavalry were good at ambushing, good at hiding, and also good at escaping. The terrain around Yonglin was complicated. Once they left the battlefield, it would be impossible to catch them. However, the Black Cloud Cavalry didn't actually charge into the center of the rebel army. They only blocked the city gates and didn't allow them to advance. When they received the order, they immediately retreated to the left, right, and center of the city. There were also divine archers left behind to bring up the rear. No matter how unwilling the rebel army was, they could only watch as they left the battlefield. Mo Jingli gave a cold snort. He turned around and pulled out the bow on his horse. Knocking an arrow, he aimed at the petite black figure in the midst of the rebel army. In the midst of the slaughter, Yili could clearly sense a dangerous aura. He only felt that when he turned around, he only saw Mo Jingli's malicious eyes and an arrow flying through the air. If it was any other time, Yili naturally wouldn't have to worry about not being able to dodge this arrow. However, he was currently being held down by several rebel soldiers and had no way of dodging. San cried out in alarm and immediately pounced over. Yili cursed in his heart. He grabbed a rebel soldier's sword and threw it in the direction San was pouncing over. With this turn and throw, he felt a burning pain in his left arm. The arrow behind him was almost within reach. Young master. So. A white arrow emitting a beautiful golden light tore through the air. Mo Jingli's arrow collided with an arrow 3 feet in front of Yili and fell to the ground. However, that arrow didn't seem to be affected at all. It passed through a rebel soldier's body and entered another person's chest. That person's eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at the arrow that had entered his chest. It was as if he couldn't understand how an arrow could shoot out from his comrade's back and even pierce through his chest. Yili was also stunned by this shocking arrow, but she instantly threw it to the back of her mind. She turned around and kicked a rebel soldier who seemed to have launched a sneak attack. Heavens! An heir and Insan couldn't help but sigh in relief. Just now, Insan had pounced over but was blocked by the person that Yili had thrown over. She almost thought that the arrow was going to hit Wang Fei. At this moment, his heart trembled, and he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly moved closer to Yili, a golden feather arrow. It's Prince. The Black Cloud cavalryman who stayed behind to cover the rear saw the golden arrowhead tail sticking out from the body of the fallen man and could not help but cry out in alarm. In the distance, Mo Jingli's arrow failed and he was furious. Just as he was about to shoot again, the ground suddenly began to tremble faintly, and the sound of hooves sounded like thunder. Mo Jingli sneered, "You've already played this trick before. Do you want to play it again?" No, Prince. The military advisor beside him had a face as white as paper. He pointed in the direction of the rolling dust and shouted, "It's real this time." The black armored cavalry came like a black cloud. Sharp whistles and golden sparks shot into the sky. The black cloud cavalrymen who had retreated from the battlefield saw the golden sparks in the sky and turned to return to the battlefield at the same time. At some unknown time, ink-colored figures appeared on the surrounding hills. The person at the front had a white horse and a silver spear. His white robes were flowing with clouds. A silver mask covered half of his face, but the other half of his face was full of beautiful eyebrows. His warm eyes were now filled with a sharpness that people did not dare to look directly at as they softly passed over Yili's body. Yili felt her heart tremble, and at the same time, she took a small breath. The white-clothed man pulled on the reins. The white horse seemed to leap into the air as it charged into the chaotic army. No one dared to stop him. Black Cloud cavalrymen, listen to my orders. Those who betray the country, kill without mercy. A low voice mixed with internal energy spread over the entire battlefield. Yes, Prince. The echoes shook the sky. In an instant, the entire battlefield seemed to have frozen. Everyone forgot that they were still on the battlefield filled with spears and swords. They could only stare blankly at the white-clothed man in the middle of the chaotic army. A name appeared in their hearts, Mo Xiaoyao. How is this possible? Mo Jingli fiercely stared at the scene in front of him. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Beat the drums for me, kill. Dong, dong, dong. The heavy sound of the war drum sounded, as if it was beating on everyone's hearts. The rebel army's hearts trembled as they charged at the white-clothed man. They were facing the undefeatable war god of the Chu state. Mo Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, as if he was disdainful. The silver spear in his hand drew a stunning silver arc. The tip of the spear brought out beautiful flowers of blood. On the hill, countless arrows interweaved into a dazzling net of arrows. The Black Cloud cavalry were renowned for their archery. Facing such a rain of arrows, not to mention an effective counterattack, the rebel army did not even have the courage to raise their bows. There was also the huge army behind them. In almost an instant, the army of more than 100,000 was already showing signs of defeat. When Mo Xiaoyao appeared, Yili retreated back into Yonglin City. After clearing out the rebel army that had just entered the city with the Black Cloud cavalry, she stood on the city gate tower and looked down at the scene below. Everyone's gaze couldn't help but gather on the white-clothed man. White-clothed silver spear, moving like a dragon. Wherever he went, the rebel army would retreat. They didn't dare to cross swords with him. Yili had heard Su Qingchen's evaluation before. When Mo Xiaoyao was young, he was as dazzling as fire. After the great change, the young Mo Xiaoyao was as calm as water, but contained a shocking undercurrent. And the current Mo Xiaoyao was like a peerless sword that had gone through thousands of trials and tribulations. The sharpness was restrained and the murderous aura gradually calmed down. However, the magnificence that had gone through countless trials and tribulations still attracted everyone's attention. Ding! Prince Ding! Yunting leaned weakly against the wall. He didn't care about the blood on his face. He looked at the figures moving around the city with a yearning expression. Xia Shu stood beside him. His face was completely relaxed. It is very clear that it is. So we waited for the reinforcements. We defended Yonglin City. Yunting's voice carried a bit of an illusory feeling. For a moment, it was hard to tell if it was a dream or reality. And San giggled. He patted his shoulder and comforted him. Congratulations, Officer Yun. You will be promoted later. Yunting ignored him. He blinked his eyes and looked at Yili. Unfortunately, Yili was staring at the city and didn't have time to pay attention to him. This time, the battle didn't last for too long. In less than an hour, the rebel army began to retreat to the east. Looking at the rebel army that retreated like a tide, Enchanting was speechless. What is the meaning of this? Were these rebel army purposely picking on soft persimmons? He didn't see that many people ran away without confronting the Black Cloud cavalry. Then what was the meaning of fighting to the death with them these past few days? And Sand smiled. Officer Yun, don't be sad. Don't talk about the reinforcements. Even if our prince stood there alone, those guys wouldn't dare to take a step forward. This is called imposing manner. Others can't learn it. Just Prince Ding standing at the gate of Yonglin City unharmed was enough to make most people scared out of their wits. What was the point of fighting? When can I have this kind of imposing manner? Enchanting murmured. Chapter 220. Take your time. If you were able to kill 20 generals and defeat 300,000 enemies when you were 15 or 16 years old, you should have this kind of momentum now. And San comforted her without any sincerity. Yili was too lazy to listen to their nonsense. She turned around and prepared to go down the gate tower, but she was pulled back by Murong-Ting, who had come back at some point. Yili frowned. Murong, why did you come back? Murong-Ting snorted and looked down at the gate with a smile. Prince Ding came with reinforcements. I would be a fool if I didn't come back. No, it was you who kidnapped me. I didn't leave at all. Yili waved her hand indifferently. We'll talk about this later. I'm going down first. I-oh. Murong-Ting hurriedly pulled her back. She ran down while saying, Are you a woman or not? That's Prince Ding down there. Prince Ding. Moreover, he's your husband. Can't you change your clothes before going to greet him? Look at what you're wearing now. If Tian Xiang and Zheng were here, they would miss you to death. Yili couldn't help but have black lines on her face. Murong-Ting's character was so straightforward. She was still a girl. At this time, she actually had the time to think about these problems. Murong, this is the battlefield. What's wrong with the battlefield? Isn't the war over? Prince Ding is here. Even if the rebel army comes back, we won't die without you. Come with me. After saying that, he ignored Yili's stiff and helpless expression and dragged her to a place not far away from the city gate tower. Murong-Ting's hands and feet were nimble. She was really suitable to be a battlefield medic. Yili looked at the neatly arranged clothes and accessories in front of her and couldn't help but praise in her heart. In less than half an hour, she had to run back from the road to Shattered Snow Pass. She also had to find these clothes and accessories that were not easy to find in Yonglin City. Then she had to go up the gate tower to intercept her before the battle ended. She was really well trained. Hurry up, hurry up. After dressing up, we can go and greet Prince Ding. Murong-Ting grabbed the clothes on the table and stuffed them into Yili's hands. She pushed her into the inner room to change clothes. She fiddled with the accessories on the table. Yonglin City was small to begin with, and it was not easy to find good things. What's more, it looked like they were going to die today, so no one opened their doors to do business. She had to go to many places to find these things. Yili helplessly went in with the clothes. If she didn't move, she was afraid that Murong-Ting would rush in and tear her clothes to change her. The battlefield outside the city had already quieted down. Some people were left to clean up the battlefield, and Feng Zhiyao was ordered to lead the Mahist army into the city to take over the defense. Mo Xiuyao urged his horse into the city. At the city gate, the remaining officers and soldiers of Yonglin City lined the streets to welcome him. Mo Xiuyao looked around, but he didn't see the figure he wanted to see. Feng Zhiyao rode beside Emo Xiaoyao and asked curiously in a low voice, "Where did Wang Fei go?" Just now, when he was outside, he had clearly seen how Ding Wang Fei's hand rose and fell in the midst of the chaos. Her method of taking lives was simply too compatible with Emo Xiaoyao. At the same time, Feng Zhiyao reminded himself in his heart, in the future, he could provoke anyone but Wang Fei. It was too terrifying for a woman to become like this. Ah! I know where Wang Fei went. Feng Zhiyao pointed at the intersection in front of them. Emo Xiaoyao looked in the direction he pointed. Two figures, one tall and one short, appeared on the side of the street. The tall young woman dressed in red was excitedly dragging a woman dressed in blue over. Emo Xiaoyao's gaze was tightly locked onto the delicate and elegant woman. The woman who had been dressed in black on the battlefield, valiant and cold in her killing intent, had a faint helpless smile on her face. Her clothes were light, her wide sleeves fluttering. Her soft black hair was loosely tied up, and there was a pearl tassel hairpin in her hair. Her movements were gentle like the most elegant young woman in her boudoir. Yili clearly also saw Emo Xiaoyao. She paused slightly and stopped in her steps. Emo Xiaoyao urged his horse forward. The snow-white steed happily ran in front of Yili under its master's urging, and affectionately rubbed its head against her. Li Li. Emo Xiaoyao gave a faint smile. He bent over and reached out a hand to Yili. Yili raised her hand to grasp his outstretched hand. With a shake, Yili was pulled onto the back of the horse to sit in front of Emo Xiaoyao. Then the snow-white steed galloped away in front of Mu Rongting's shocked eyes. It left behind the young woman dressed in red with a dazed expression. A while later, she muttered in a low voice, "Burning the bridge after crossing the river, this girl didn't even touch a battle horse, so petty." Feng Zhiyao, who was on horseback in the distance, looked at the dazed soldiers and the curious black cloud cavalry. He shrugged and got off his horse. "All right, aren't subordinates supposed to take care of things that must be taken care of when their master is not free?" The two rode through Yonglin City and galloped out of the city. The steed was worthy of being called a steed. In the blink of an eye, even shattered snow pass was in sight. Yili lowered her head to look at her waist that was hurting a bit. She said in a low voice, "Emo Xiaoyao, where are we going?" Emo Xiaoyao lowered his head to look at her. He finally pulled on the reins and got off the horse. Yili raised her brows and prepared to get off the horse as well. But when she lowered her head, what welcomed her was Emo Xiaoyao's open arms. "Come down." Seeing his insistence, Yili could only let him carry her off the horse. Nestled in the slightly cold embrace, Yili did not know why, but she only felt a sense of relief and relaxation. The indescribable heat that came from her face made her feel a bit helpless. Raising her head, the elegant and pleasant scent of a man greeted her. Yili opened her eyes wide in shock. The man's kiss was like a sudden storm, sweeping over Yili while she was still in a daze. Her petite body was tightly locked in his embrace. His slightly cold fingertips gently lifted her helpless face. His warm and moist lips lingered on her bright red, soft and beautiful lips. Emo Xiaoyao's kiss was not gentle, it was even a bit rough. With a bit of tyranny and an indescribable anger, he pried open Yili's lips, forcing her to open her mouth and enter. Her helpless fragrant tongue danced with him. Ugh! Yili frowned slightly and wanted to struggle. The arm that clamped down on her waist used even more strength and stubbornly imprisoned her in his embrace. One of his hands gently rubbed the hair behind her head, forcing her to deeply entangle with him and exchange their breaths. Yili weakly tugged at the front of his clothes. Xiaoyao, when they separated, the two of them were slightly panting. Emo Xiaoyao lowered his head and leaned his forehead against Yili's smooth forehead. He said in a low voice, "Li, you scared me." When he rushed to Yonglin City and saw that scene, no one could understand the shock and fear in his heart. Even he himself did not know what he was thinking at that moment. He just subconsciously shot that arrow. When he saw that arrow shoot through two people in succession, bringing out a beautiful flower of blood, the tyrannical feeling in his heart did not subside at all. If it was not for his amazing self-control, the second arrow would have been shot at Emo Xiaoyao. If he could not block that arrow, none of the rebel soldiers present today would be able to live. Yi Li's face was bright red. For the first time in her life, she was so embarrassed that she did not know where to put her hands and feet. She actually kissed a man on the side of the road where there might be people coming and going, but when she heard Emo Xiaoyao sigh, all of her struggles and rejection turned into nothingness. Chapter 221. Emo Xiaoyao, it's so good to see you again. Yi Li sighed softly. Emo Xiaoyao lowered his head, his deep eyes full of gentleness and warmth. His slightly warm thin lips once again touched her delicate red lips, this time extremely gentle and lingering. Li. I miss you very much. I really shouldn't have let you come to the southern border alone. Yi Li smiled faintly and didn't say anything. She didn't intend to tell him that after being separated for so long, she also missed him a little. Well, not a little. The well-behaved white horse had already run off somewhere. The place where the two of them were now was only a few miles away from Shattered Snow Pass. The majestic pass was clearly visible. However, Emo Xiaoyao didn't intend to immediately return to Yonglin City or see Murongshin. Instead, he pulled Yi Li to a nearby hillside to sit down and rest. Yi Li leaned against Emo Xiaoyao and sat down. After relaxing her tense body for several days, she couldn't help but sigh comfortably. When she raised her head, she saw Emo Xiaoyao's slightly frowning expression. What's wrong? Do you feel uncomfortable or injured? Emo Xiaoyao shook his head and said, I've been on the road for several days. I'm a little tired. Speaking of injuries. Emo Xiaoyao pulled up her left arm and pulled up her wide sleeve, revealing the slender wound on her arm. He frowned and said, why didn't you bandage it? Yi Li didn't expect Emo Xiaoyao to see her injury. She shook her head and smiled. It's just a scratch, it's not bleeding anymore. It'll heal faster this way. Nonsense. Emo Xiaoyao scolded in a low voice. He took out several small medicine bottles that he carried with him and used the transparent liquid in one of the bottles to clean her wound. Only then did he carefully sprinkle the medicine powder. Then he took out a white handkerchief from his bosom and bandaged the wound. Yi Li admired Emo Xiaoyao's perfectly bandaged arm and smiled. It's really fine. I'll be fine in 2 days. Emo Xiaoyao raised his hand and pulled her into his embrace. He stroked her soft hair and said in a low voice, you're not allowed to get injured in the future. Otherwise, you won't be allowed to go anywhere. Yi Li didn't say anything. Accidents happened all the time. She couldn't guarantee anything. I'll try my best. Didn't you suffer a lot on the battlefield? Emo Xiaoyao's reputation as a young war god wasn't for nothing. He wasn't a god that had descended from the heavens and was invulnerable to all weapons. Can I be the same as you? Yi Li looked up and squinted at him unhappily. Are you discriminating against women? Emo Xiaoyao said helplessly, I don't discriminate against women. Even if I did, I wouldn't discriminate against you. His Li Li had left like this. If she was discriminated against, all the men in the world would commit suicide. Then you're saying that I'm not like a woman. Li Li, Emo Xiaoyao looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. Although they hadn't followed other masters before, just training and listening to the seniors' teachings was very boring. If they didn't follow Wang Fei, they would definitely become as boring as those shadow guards. If we go and ask for forgiveness now, do you think the prince will be lenient? If you go now, you'll only be more unlucky. An heir said lightly. As a shadow guard with professional ethics, he would never let anyone know that he saw the prince and Wang Fei doing that on the roadside. Of course, that included the prince himself. But the prince and Wang Fei have already stayed here for a long time. If they stay here any longer, General Murong will come out to find them. And San said, tangled. Then let them go invite the prince and Wang Fei. An heir raised his chin and looked at the shadow guard following Mo Xiaoyao not far away. He believed that they were also tangled. Say. As Prince's personal shadow guard, their ability to hide was too bad. He and Ansan found where they were hiding with a few glances. Prince, Wang Fei. An heir stood up from behind the tree and saluted the two people who came together. Ansan in the tree silently landed and also saluted. Mo Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes and looked at them. He said lightly, your skills aren't bad. The two people couldn't help trembling in their hearts. Was the prince praising them? Yili said with a faint smile, get up, what are you doing here? The two had bitter faces and didn't dare speak. Wang Fei didn't need them to always be by her side, but if they really went to do their own things now, the prince would definitely fly into a rage. Wang Fei could order them, but the prince could replace them. Mo Xiaoyao asked with a frown, where did the other two people go? I remember that you should have 4 people with you. Chapter 222. Yili smiled and said, I let them do their work. If there aren't enough people, you can transfer them from other places. The shadow guard is used to protect your safety. Mo Xiaoyao disagreed and said, since these 4 people can't protect you, how about we send a few more when we go back? Or give you the people by my side? Yili glanced at Ansan, who quietly gave her a pleading look and helplessly said, I don't like people following me in the dark. They are there to protect your safety. I will let people choose the people with the best concealment ability so that you won't feel troubled. No one can be better than us. Ansan secretly glanced at Mo Xiaoyao and muttered in a low voice. Mo Xiaoyao's indifferent gaze immediately fell on him and Ansan's body couldn't help but stiffen. Mo Xiaoyao lightly said, there has never been a shadow guard that needed master to save. Just based on this point, no one is better than you. Mo Xiaoyao. Yili reached out her hand to hold Mo Xiaoyao's hand and said softly, they have all helped me a lot. You can see that I don't need a shadow guard. I need assistance that I can trust. Moreover, the shadow guard isn't useful everywhere, right? For example, there were some places where the shadow guard couldn't follow, and the places where the shadow guard could follow were usually places where ordinary guards could appear. Moreover, the degree of danger wouldn't be high. Fortunately, there were only a few shadow guards in the Ding Palace who were specially trained to protect their master. The rest had other duties, otherwise it would be a waste of talent. Mo Xiaoyao glanced at the 2 shadow guards who had their heads lowered and his eyes slightly narrowed. He lowered his head to look at Yili, who was looking at him seriously, and said in a low voice, they can continue to stay by your side. I will transfer another 4 shadow guards to you. Don't. Yili smiled faintly and said, I'm not used to the shadow guard. Even if you send someone else to follow me, it won't be long before they become the same as an heir and the others. What's the point? Mo Xiaoyao lightly snorted and turned to walk on the official road. Yili pursed her lips and smiled, following behind him. An heir and Ansan were left with a blank face. Ah, heir, what does Prince mean by this? It means that we can continue to follow Princess. Probably. Broken Snow Pass Camp. Seeing Yili and Mo Xiaoyao come in, everyone in the tent quickly stood up. Murongshan personally stepped down from the position of Commander-in-Chief and came forward to greet them. Greetings to Prince and Princess. U is U. You please accept this general's bow. As he spoke, he took off his battle robe and was about to bow down. Mo Xiaoyao reached out and grabbed his shoulder, saying coolly, I am doing my duty. General Murong doesn't need to be so courteous. Mo Xiaoyao didn't allow him to bow, so Murong naturally couldn't do it. Seeing Mo Xiaoyao's healthy and energetic appearance, a hint of joy flashed through his eyes. He didn't force it and turned to invite the two in. Prince, Princess, please sit inside. Everyone in the tent saw Mo Xiaoyao stride in and their expressions were very colorful. Some were happy, some were shocked, some were deep in thought. Mo Xiaoyao pulled Yili to a seat below the commander and asked, General, how is the Nanzhao army? Murong hesitated and then walked back to the main seat, replying, Nanzhao has been attacking the city urgently these days. They probably want to cooperate with Prince Li's rebel army. Now that the prince and the reinforcements have arrived, we don't have to worry about these Nani barbarians. Tomorrow, we will go out and fight. We will definitely drive these Nani barbarians back to the mountains of Nanjiang. These days, the soldiers of Shattered Snow Pass weren't the only ones who were sullen. Murong, the main general, was even more sullen. But no matter how sullen he was, he could only endure it and not show it. Now that the reinforcements had arrived, it was time for him to hold his head high. It's not just the prince. How many troops did he bring this time? The others were also eager to try. Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows, saying coolly, 20,000 Black Cloud cavalry and 50,000 troops will arrive in 3 days. The tent was silent. Everyone felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over their heads, chilling them from the outside to the inside. One of them with a straightforward temper stood up in disbelief, saying, Prince, why would the imperial court send 50,000 troops? Where were the 50,000 Black Cloud cavalry? Where were the 800,000 Mahist army? Mo Xiaoyao's lips curved into an indifferent smile. I only came to support first. As for the rest, the emperor has his own arrangements. Everyone was silent. Murong sighed in his heart. What else was there to be confused about? The emperor needed someone to support Nanjiang as soon as possible, and only Prince Ding's Black Cloud cavalry could march so fast. But the emperor was also worried about Prince Ding, so he didn't allow Prince Ding to bring too many troops. The real main force was at the back. And the leader must be someone the emperor trusted. In the future, when the chaos was quelled, the credit would naturally be given to the latecomer. The emperor was treating the king's mansion so harshly that nothing would happen. Originally, I thought that after Prince Ding recovered, he would be able to conquer Nanjiang in one fell swoop, continuing the unfinished ambition of Prince Ding. Now it seems that we can only let the Nani go this time. After a long time, Murong smiled regretfully. As a general, there wasn't anyone who didn't wish to move unhindered on the battlefield and achieve meritorious deeds. However, now that Prince Ding's body had suddenly recovered, it aroused the emperor's suspicion. No matter what, the emperor would not be willing to hand over such a miraculous achievement like pacifying the southern border to Prince Ding. Mo Xiaoyao smiled indifferently. It seems that this is indeed a bad opportunity. I'll have to trouble you these days. I will stay in Yonglin for a few days. When the reinforcements arrive, I will leave for the capital. Murong was startled. Prince won't stay in Shattered Snow Pass. Mo Xiaoyao smiled. Shattered Snow Pass is guarded by you. I don't need to tell you what to do. And Mo Jingli's more than 100,000 troops are in Yonglin. I still have some personal matters to deal with. Murong could only nod. In that case, Prince, do as you wish. Although it was a pity that he couldn't teach Nanzhao a heavy lesson this time, this kind of thing wasn't something he, a general, could decide. Besides, Prince Ding appeared in Shattered Snow Pass in good health. Just this news was enough to scare the Nani out of their wits. After all, the last war in which Nanjiang was almost wiped out was only 10 years ago. When they returned to Yonglin City, it was already night time. Fortunately, Mo Xiuyao didn't need to spend too much effort on Yonglin City. Feng Zhiyao, who was left behind, had already taken care of everything. Yili looked curiously at Feng Zhiyao, who had changed out of his gorgeous red clothes and into a green armor and white robe. He looked like a different person in the capital. At the same time, Feng Zhiyao also looked curiously at Yili, who was still gentle and calm. He really couldn't equate the elegant and beautiful woman in front of him with the ruthless black-clothed woman on the battlefield. Mo Xiuyao pulled Yili to sit down in the study. He pointed to the chair next to Feng Zhiyao and asked, "Leng Haoyu hasn't arrived yet?" Feng Zhiyao smiled, "He just arrived. He went to change his clothes and come over. He encountered some trouble on the way and was chased all the way. He was a bit embarrassed when he rushed over." Chapter 223. Yili curiously raised her eyebrows as she looked at Feng Zhiyao. Feng Zhiyao smiled, "He's relying on his wealth to snatch grain from Prince Li, isn't he just waiting for people to chop him up? However, the results aren't bad. He's bought at least 30% of Jiangnan's grain this year. Now that Prince Li has turned around to attack Jiangnan, I'm afraid he'll run out of grain soon. That's why Prince Li has sent assassins to chase him down. How is he going to deal with that much grain? Jiangnan could be said to be the Chu state's granary. 30% of Jiangnan's grain wasn't a small amount." Feng Zhiyao smiled carelessly, "Once Jiangnan is in chaos, the price of grain will only skyrocket. It's not like we can't sell it. Even if we can't sell it, we still have hundreds of thousands of people to feed." Sure enough, Leng Haoyu appeared at the door not long after. There was still a scar on his handsome face. Fortunately, it didn't look too serious and wouldn't leave a scar. "Your Highness, Princess Consort." Mo Xiuyao nodded and said in a low voice, "You've been here for more than half a year. What's going on in Lingzhou this time? Why did Mo Jingli suddenly decide to mobilize?" Leng Haoyu looked at Mo Xiuyao in surprise. Didn't Prince bring people south because he knew of Prince Li's rebellion? Mo Xiuyao said lightly, "I came here for some matters in Nanjiang. I received news of Mo Jingli's mobilization as soon as I set out. No matter how brainless Mo Jingli is, he should know that he's not completely prepared." Feng Zhiyao shook his head, "I feel that Mo Jingli chose a good time. It just so happened that we were caught off guard. Not to mention that we came a few days later. Even if we came half a day later, Shattered Snow Pass might not be able to hold on." Mo Xiuyao frowned and said, "If he is really ready, he shouldn't be in such a hurry to congratulate Shattered Snow Pass. He could have divided his troops into two groups. One group would delay General Murong at Shattered Snow Pass, and the other group would march to the east. The southeast region has always been peaceful, and there are rarely any garrisons. As long as he completely occupies the south of the Cloudwater River, not to mention the tens of thousands of men we have now, even if we have 200,000 to 300,000 men, it will not be easy for us to pass through the Cloudwater River and quell the chaos. General Murong couldn't do it alone. It was only a matter of time before Shattered Snow Pass fell. When the time comes, whatever benefits Mo Jingli obtains, he won't need to share with Nanzhao. He's in a hurry to mobilize his troops before he's ready. Does that mean the emperor wants to make a move on him?" Leng Haoyu guessed. Feng Zhiyao shook his head and said, "That's not right. If the emperor wanted to do something to him, he wouldn't have let him leave the capital." Leng Haoyu nodded, thought for a moment and said, "King Li's cavalry was indeed sudden. He didn't do anything when he first returned to Ling province, but 3 days later, he suddenly mobilized his troops. At that time, I was also shocked. Yili asked, why did the prince suddenly rush over? Mo Xiuyao glanced at her, took out a letter from his bosom and handed it over. Yili took a look at it. It was the letter she sent back before, and there was also a letter that was obviously her grandfather's notes. Looking down, Yili said in surprise, the Saintess of Nanjiang, Xu Manlin, is a descendant of the previous emperor. This was indeed what Yili didn't expect when she sent it. This was too melodramatic. She did guess whether Xu Manlin had other identities, but the Saintess of Nanjiang was a descendant of the previous emperor, and Mo Jingli was the current emperor's younger brother. Then the two of them conspired to rebel. Didn't Nanzhao betray the previous dynasty to establish the country? How could the descendant of the previous emperor call her the Saintess of Nanjiang? Looking at the king of Nanzhao's attitude towards Xu Manlin, it shouldn't be that he didn't know her identity. Mo Xiuyao said, the ornament you sent back was a relic of the Chaoyang princess who married into a tribe in Nanjiang during the previous dynasty. Yili raised her eyebrows. So what? The Chaoyang princess had been Nanzhao for hundreds of years. Feng Zhiyao explained, this Chaoyang princess was a strange woman. It is said that before she was married, she had participated in court politics. But at that time, the emperor didn't like women to participate in politics, and he reprimanded her several times. Later, he sent her to Nanjiang for a political marriage. Although the Chaoyang princess disappeared, the tribe she married into became the largest tribe in Nanjiang at that time because of the support of the previous emperor. At the same time, it was the predecessor of the Nanzhao royal family. The Nanzhao royal family admired the culture of the Central Plains. Although their relationship with the previous dynasty was not good, they were very good to some rebellious ministers of the previous dynasty. From the establishment of Nanzhao until the fall of the previous dynasty, there were at least 3 princes, 2 princesses, and 1 Wangye that could be traced. Some of these people failed in their rebellion, and some fled to Nanzhao because they were framed. Without exception, these people all married or married a direct descendant of the Nanzhao royal family. The last one they took in, although the records are vague, we speculate that it should be the crown prince of the previous dynasty. So, what you are saying is that the Holy Maiden of Nanjiang may be the orphan of the previous crown prince? Yili asked, feeling a wave of dizziness. As expected, if you thought the story was melodramatic, the reality was even more melodramatic. Feng Zhiyao said with a smile, in the 3rd year of the previous dynasty's fall, the queen of Nanzhao married a man of unknown identity from the Central Plains. 5 years later, Nanzhao continued to invade the borders of Dechu state. It wasn't until the queen of Nanzhao and her husband died that it gradually calmed down. But in all these years, the 2 countries have been at war and have never truly stopped. As long as there is a chance, Nanzhao will think of ways to invade the Central Plains. Yili rubbed her forehead. I understand. So Nanzhao has a very strong bloodline of the previous dynasty's royal family. They plan on taking back the country for the previous dynasty and entering the Central Plains. Taking back the country for the previous dynasty may be fake, but they definitely want to enter the Central Plains, Feng Zhiyao said with a nod. Yili looked strangely at Mo Xiuyao and said, even so, you don't need to rush over so quickly. Since they have prepared for more than 100 years, they shouldn't mind preparing for a few more decades. Mo Xiuyao looked at her. If Mo Jingli did not raise troops this time, what did you plan on doing? Yili stilled and remembered that she had planned on going to the Holy Maiden of Nanjiang to take a look. There is danger. Mo Xiuyao's expression was not very good. He said, don't you think that the so-called Holy Maiden of Nanjiang is very problematic? Yili blinked, waiting for his answer. The Holy Maiden of Nanjiang must enter the Holy Maiden when she is 25 years old. But in reality, most of the Holy Maidens are 21 or 22 years old. The youngest one is even 19 years old and has already stepped down from the position of Holy Maiden and entered the Holy Maiden. No one knows what these so-called Holy Maidens look like, no one knows their family background, and no one knows what they do after entering the Holy Maiden. But these women must receive all kinds of education from a young age. After becoming a Holy Maiden, they even have a certain influence on Nanzhao's political affairs. How much time, money, and energy does it take to teach such a person? Is it just to put her there as a Holy Maiden for a few years and then throw her into some Holy Maiden to die of old age? Mo Xiaoyao said indifferently. Leng Haoyu thought, the prince's words are reasonable. The rules of the Holy Maidens of Nanzhao are really strange. I remember that the Holy Maiden who held the position for the shortest time was only 2 years. She became a Holy Maiden at 15 and stepped down at 17. Chapter 224. I thought we were talking about the dangers of Nanjiang's Holy Land. Yi Li reminded him. Mo Xiaoyao said, there is no such thing as Nanjiang's Holy Land. Maybe there is such a place, but it is definitely not a place where Nanjiang's treasures are enshrined and the Holy Maiden is retired. That should be the biggest secret of Nanzhao's royal family. So once someone touches that place, the Nanzhao royal family will kill them at all costs. That is why there is a rumor that no one who trespasses into Nanjiang's Holy Land survived. Yi Li was a bit disappointed. That meant there was no such thing as the underworld flower in Nanjiang's so-called Holy Land. Leng Haoyu said, this shouldn't have anything to do with Prince Li's sudden attack, right? Feng Zhiyao lazily leaned back in his chair and smiled, it doesn't have anything to do with it. It has a lot to do with it. In the past, we thought it was Mo Jingli who wanted to use Nanjiang's Holy Maiden and Nanzhao. Now it seems that the fool was used. That is why he attacked in such a hurry. I thought he was smart. A fool is a fool. Yi Li was a bit confused. What bargaining chip can Nanzhao use to persuade Mo Jingli? Feng Zhiyao smiled, for example, sharing the world with Nanjiang's Holy Maiden. With Nanzhao's help, it will be easier for Mo Jingli to obtain the world. When the time comes, there will be no conflict between the country and the beauty. Any man will take the bait. Yi Li couldn't understand. Nanzhao had worked hard for hundreds of years to enter the Central Plains. Was the world really the most intoxicating thing? Their plan is not bad. If they can't break through Shui Pass from the outside, they will break through from the inside. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for the princess, I'm afraid that today, not to mention Shui Pass, there would be no place for reinforcements in Ling Province and Yong Province. Leng Haoyu frowned and asked, what does Prince plan to do? Mo Xiaoyao said indifferently, I have no plans. It is not safe for you to stay in Jiangnan. Return to the capital as soon as possible. Leng Haoyu moved his lips to say something. Mo Xiaoyao glanced at him and said, I will tell General Murong to have you and Murong Ting get married as soon as possible. Haoyu. Leng Haoyu quivered and hurriedly said, this subordinate understands. Many thanks to Prince for fulfilling my wish. Feng Zhiyao said somewhat unwillingly, it's not easy for us to leave the capital, but we have to end things so hastily. Does the Emperor have to be so guarded against us? What a waste of my time. Mo Xiaoyao said calmly, Nanzhao won't amount to anything, we don't need to worry about it for now. Don't worry, you won't come for nothing this time. Feng Zhiyao raised an eyebrow. Only you would dare to say that Nanzhao will not succeed. I think the Nanzhao people are not simple. They can spend such a long time to patiently set things up. Mo Xiaoyao's smile was cold. More than 100 years. Generation after generation, if they can't succeed, what can they accomplish? Probably the only thing worth praising is their persistence. Feng Zhiyao said with a smile, I guess the people of Nanzhao hate the Ding royal household the most. For more than 100 years to not succeed, the Ding royal household's contribution could not go unnoticed. For example, 10 years ago, if it weren't for the last-minute withdrawal of troops, the Nanzhao people would never have to worry about the problem of how to enter the Central Plains. Then what does Prince mean when you say you won't let me come for nothing? Are we still going to fight Nanzhao? Mo Xiuyao raised his eyes and smiled. We're not going to fight. We're going to suppress bandits. Suppress bandits. The three people in the study asked in unison. Feng Zhiyao's eyes turned and he asked, I don't remember Yongzhou having any powerful bandits. Mo Xiuyao said calmly, there weren't any in the past, but that doesn't mean there aren't any now. Otherwise, what's with the reinforcements from Yongzhou? Wasn't it Mo Jingli who sent people to do it? Feng Zhiyao asked. Mo Xiuyao smiled coldly, not to mention whether he has the brains or not. Even if he does, how many people does the Lingzhou rebel army need to wipe out 20,000 people? At the time, Mo Jingli's rebel army was still near Yongzhou. How could he have an army of at least 30,000 people attack the reinforcements from Yongzhou hundreds of li away? Feng Zhiyao thought for a moment and said, at the very least, he had to have sent out this army on the same day that he mobilized to be able to make it in time to ambush the reinforcements from Yongzhou by Yunlan River. Also, he had to know beforehand that Yongzhou would send reinforcements to Shattered Snow Pass. There are very few people who know that Wu Qingliang is one of us. At least, Mo Jingli wouldn't know. If he didn't know, then he wouldn't have sent troops to ambush the reinforcements from Yongzhou. That's because Yongzhou might have done the same thing as the other places and might have sent reinforcements to Shattered Snow Pass. The ones who ambushed official Wu weren't Mo Jingli's people? Yili raised her eyebrows. Nanjiang isn't the only one eyeing the Dechu state, Mo Xiuyao said lightly. Xiling, Ling Haoyu said with certainty. The northern tribes were too far from Nanjiang and the northern tribes' people looked very different from the Dechu state. It was impossible to infiltrate the Dechu state on a large scale. But Xiling was different. Even though there were slight differences, that only referred to the Xiling royal family who married foreigners. Most of the ordinary Xiling citizens were not very different from the Dechu state people. Lang Haoyu couldn't help but shiver when he thought about how there was an army that could wipe out 20,000 people infiltrating the Dechu state. Mo Xiuyao's eyes were deep and serene. The generals guarding the Dechu state's borders should have been taught a lesson long ago. Feng Zhiyao shrugged. The generals guarding the borders had been replaced by the emperor in recent years. They had no choice. Suppressing bandits seemed like a good idea. Prince, when are we leaving? Feng Zhiyao asked excitedly. Since there was going to be a war, there was no need to care about whether it was Nanjiang or Xiling. Mo Xiuyao lowered his head to look at his slender fingers and said in a low voice, after the emperor's people come to take over Yonglin. Get someone to make the preparations first. Remember, if you let one person walk out of the Dechu state alive, don't ever tell me you want to go to the battlefield again. Yes, Prince. Feng Zhiyao stood up and replied loudly. He hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but ask, Shattered Snow Pass, don't worry about it for now. They won't be able to determine the victor in a few months. We don't have time to care about them. Mo Xiuyao said in a low voice. Understood. Yili quietly looked at the two men answering each other and frowned slightly. She was inexplicably angry and felt uneasy. Outside Yonglin City, King Li's camp, damn it. Why would Mo Xiuyao appear here now? In the tent, Mo Jingli's face was dark and twisted. It was close to June, but it made people feel the bone-chilling cold of the harsh winter. No one dared to speak. It wasn't just because of King Li's anger, but also because they were frightened by Prince Ding's sudden appearance on the battlefield. If there was anything more frightening than Prince Ding's appearance, it would be the appearance of Prince Ding in good health. When they saw the silver-white figure galloping through the air, almost everyone felt a sense of despair and regret in their hearts at the same time. When he was young, he was already known as the god of war. Was Prince Ding, who was known to be more intelligent than his ancestor, someone they could resist? There were even some people who were secretly hesitating and regretting. Was it really the right decision to follow King Li and start a rebellion? The achievement of ascending to the throne could lead to great wealth and power, but the price of failure was also terrifying. Chapter 225. The usually calm military advisor's face was also deathly pale. In their plan, no matter what, Mo Xiuyao would not appear in Yongzhou so quickly. No, it should be said that Mo Xiuyao would not appear in Yongzhou at all. But now, a crippled Prince Ding was indeed terrifying, but a healthy Prince Ding who could move freely was even more terrifying. Prince, has there been any news from the capital? Prince Ding. Mo Jingli snorted coldly. Mo Xiuyao left the capital long before we mobilized. And Yi Li. It's actually her. When he thought about how the person who made the Black Cloud Cavalry block his path was Yi Li, Mo Jingli wanted nothing more than to capture her and skin her alive. The military advisor said, previously, it was rumored that Princess Ding went missing. Now it seems that she should have gone to Nanzhao. Previously, Nanzhao sent news that young Master Qingshan was missing. I'm afraid that Princess Ding went to Nanzhao for young Master Qingshan. The more he spoke, the colder the military advisor's heart became. Prince Ding, Princess Ding, Murong-shin, and young Master Qingshan who was very likely to appear. The people in front of them almost made him see no hope of breaking through Yonglin. Prince, I feel that the plan now is to immediately give up on Yongzhou and lead the army east. Before the imperial court's reinforcements arrive, we should seize all the areas south of Yunlan River. Mo Jingli said in a low voice, Mo Xiuyao has already reached Yonglin. Do you think he will let us withdraw? The military advisor stroked his beard and said, with Prince's understanding of Prince Ding, with Prince Ding's temper, will he give up so easily today? Mo Jingli lowered his brows and thought for a moment. He shook his head and said, Mo Xiuyao was known as Fierce Wind when he was young. He has always been swift and decisive when it comes to war. Based on his temper in the past, he wouldn't give up until the other side suffered heavy casualties in today's battle. The military advisor smiled and nodded. If that's the case, why does Prince think that Prince Ding didn't follow up his victory today? Mo Jingli's eyes flashed and he raised his voice slightly. He doesn't have enough troops. Military advisor clapped his hands and laughed. That's right, Yonglin is limited by the terrain, and the Black Cloud Cavalry is coming in a hurry. We are unable to see how many soldiers they have. But Prince Ding should know about our military strength. The fact that he didn't press the advantage means that our forces are at least twice as strong as his. Mo Jingli nodded. That's right. How could my brother, the Emperor, allow him to mobilize more than 100,000 soldiers so easily? Not to mention, he wouldn't be able to get there so quickly if he had an army of over 100,000. If that's the case, why don't we? Absolutely not. The military advisor hurriedly interrupted his thoughts and advised, Prince, please reconsider. Prince Ding might not have enough troops, but there isn't any place near Yonglin that is suitable for large armies to engage in battle. As long as he defends Yonglin, we won't be able to do anything to him within 10 days to half a month. After 10 days to half a month, the Imperial Army will arrive no matter how slow they are. At that time, it will be too late for us to return to the east. Saying 10 days to half a month was being polite. With Prince Ding's 20,000 Black Cloud Cavalry defending the city, let alone 10 days to half a month, as long as they didn't lack food or weapons, it would be hard to say if they could break through in 2 to 3 months. It must be known that the Black Cloud Cavalry's archery skills were something that even the northern militant cavalry feared. It would be difficult for the attacking army to even get close to Yonglin City. Mo Jingli's expression changed unpredictably. There was unwillingness and anger, as well as an undetectable fear. This fear might not be because of Mo Xiuyao himself, but because he was the same as all of the Dechu state soldiers. He had a natural reverence for the Mahist army and the Ding Palace. Prince, as long as we occupy all the places south of the Yunlan River and then firmly defend the Yunlan River, Yonglin will not be able to do anything. Yongzhou is but a small place, and there is Nanzhao as a restraint. The imperial court is powerless. Now that Prince Ding's legs have suddenly recovered, that person in the capital is probably terrified. This way, he will definitely not use Prince Ding to deal with us. As long as Prince Ding and the Mahist army do not come, half of the Dechu state will be in Prince Ding's pocket. As for the rest, it is not impossible to slowly plan in the future. The military advisor advised painstakingly. Yongzhou could not be done. Since it was like before, it would be better to take over all of Jiangnan before the imperial army arrived. Otherwise, it would be like drawing water with a wicker basket. Looking at the wavering King Li, the military advisor felt slightly bitter in his heart. When King Li encountered matters, he was hesitant and indecisive. It was fine to be a rich and idle king, but he was still lacking in conquering the world. Just as Mo Jingli was hesitating, a soldier outside the tent reporting to Prince, there is an emissary from Xiling outside the camp requesting an audience. Xiling. Mo Jingli frowned. What are they doing here? Let him in. Not long after, a middle-aged man with an elegant and kind appearance was brought in. I am He Wu Yuan of Xiling Shinan Palace. Greetings to your Highness King Li, Yingli. Mo Jingli narrowed his eyes slightly. The military advisor standing beside him was slightly moved. One of the three wise men under Genin of Gojoseon, Sering Li. Chapter 226. Mo Jingli was silent for a moment and then said, Mr. He, please go rest. I need to think carefully. Mo Jingli wasn't in a hurry. He nodded and smiled as he said, if that's the case, Prince can consider it carefully. This one will leave first. This subordinate, Feng Zhiyao, requests an audience with Wang Fei. Feng Zhiyao stepped into the elegant and quiet little courtyard. Seeing the female sitting under the shade of a tree reading, he couldn't help but have a headache. 15 minutes ago, when he had been setting up defenses on the city gate tower, he had received a report from Wang Fei's people that Wang Fei had invited him over for a chat. He knew that trouble had come. It was a pity that he didn't have the guts to not come when Wang Fei summoned him. Mr. Feng doesn't have to be so courteous. Yili put down the book and turned with a smile. Did I disturb Mr. Feng-san? Feng Zhiyao grimaced, I don't dare. Wang Fei summoned Feng-san, how can I disturb him? Yili raised her head and looked seriously at Feng Zhiyao. She smiled and said, Mr. Feng-san seems to be a completely different person compared to when you were in Jing. If it was any other time, I would have thought that I had mistaken you for someone else. Feng Zhiyao could only smile. He felt that the more courteous Wang Fei was to him now, the more troublesome the questions she would ask later would be. Yili looked at his forced smile and lowered her eyes slightly. Mr. Feng-san, please sit down and talk. Feng Zhiyao gave his thanks and said, Wang Fei can call me Feng-san. This subordinate doesn't dare to be called Mr. Yili waved her hand and smiled as she said, I know that you and Prince have known each other since childhood. In private, you call each other brothers. There's no need to be so distant. Feng Zhiyao could only sit down. Facing Yili made him feel even more pressure. He smiled and said, why has Wang Fei summoned me? Yili raised her head to look at him and said in a deep voice, I don't like to beat around the bush. Mr. Feng, how is Prince's body? Feng Zhiyao stilled and hurriedly said with a smile, Prince's body. Wasn't Prince in good health? Speaking of which, after so many years, Prince's body has finally recovered. Wang Fei should be happy. Yili looked faintly at him. Her eyes were clear and bright, but there was no naivety in them. Feng Zhiyao secretly complained in his heart. He could only force himself not to move his eyes away and stare at her. After a while, Yili smiled and said, Young Master Feng, do you know? Under normal circumstances, a person's true smile can only be maintained for a short period of time, and after this time, it's usually a fake smile. Feng Zhiyao stilled. He blinked and finally took back the stiff smile on his face. Wang Fei's views are very unique. Then, Young Master Feng, are you willing to tell me the truth? Yili asked with a smile. Feng Zhiyao smiled bitterly. Why didn't Wang Fei ask the prince directly? Yili sighed softly. If he didn't want to say it, how could I ask? Feng Zhiyao said, if His Royal Highness doesn't say anything, it may mean that His Royal Highness's body has indeed fully recovered. Yili looked at him and said with a smile, Young Master Feng, although I can't tell if he is lying or not, I can't tell if he is lying. But there was at least one thing I understood. A person whose legs have been crippled for 8 years and who has been poisoned, no matter what kind of medicine he uses, it is impossible for him to recover to such a state in such a short period of time. Even if Mr. Chen has found the antidote and healed Prince's legs, it wouldn't be possible for him to recover to such a state in such a short period of time. It's impossible for him to recover to this extent within half a year. If there was really such a miraculous medicine, why would Mo Xiaoyao have to wait for so many years? Feng Zhiyao looked at her with difficulty. Yili did not back down and stared at him. A quarter of an hour later, Feng Zhiyao helplessly retreated. After thinking for a moment, he said, even if I don't say it, Wang Fei will know sooner or later. Prince used phoenix grass. Yili was shocked. She still remembered what Shenyang had said. The fire poison produced by using the phoenix grass would cause cold and fire to coexist in Mo Xiaoyao's body. Even if he had the intense fire lotus, he would not be able to cure the cold poison in his body. Why didn't anyone stop him? Feng Zhiyao helplessly lowered his head and said, Prince made his decision, who could stop him? Yili's face darkened. Why did he have to? Before she could finish, Yili's voice suddenly stopped. She slumped back onto the stool. When Feng Zhiyao left the capital, the news of Mo Jingli's rebellion had not yet reached the capital. He was, because of her, Wang Fei. Feng Zhiyao saw Yili's ugly expression and understood the crux of the matter. With some difficulty, he comforted, actually, even if it was 2 days later, Prince would still receive the news of Li Wang's rebellion. Prince doesn't have the time to wait for the intense fire lotus 2 years later. Yili nodded blankly and said, has Mr. Chen come to Yongzhou? Feng Zhiyao nodded. Mr. Chen insisted on coming, but he can't travel long distances and will only arrive a few days later. Yili closed her eyes slightly and nodded, saying, I know. Many thanks, Master Feng. Feng Zhiyao frowned with some worry. Wang Fei. Yili waved her hand, saying, it's fine, Master Feng has some matters to attend to first. Feng Zhiyao looked at her and could only take his leave. Yili sat in the shade of the tree, lost in thought. If she hadn't come to Nanjiang, no, if she hadn't sent that secret letter back, Mo Xiaoyao wouldn't have rushed to Nanjiang because of this. Perhaps it was as Feng Zhiyao said, they didn't have the time to wait for the intense fire lotus 2 years later. Perhaps in the end, Mo Xiaoyao would still take the phoenix grass. But, now Mo Xiaoyao still did it because of her, and San. Wang Fei. And San appeared behind her, looking worriedly at the weak figure of the woman under the tree. Where is Nc now? And San said, Nc just went to Xiling. Wang Fei previously ordered him to investigate Han Mingyue's matter in Xiling. He should have just entered Xiling's border now. Yili nodded, saying, send someone to send him a message, ignore Han Mingyue's matter for now. Think of a way to keep an eye on Sickly Scholar, if he wants to obtain the falling sky flower again. Snatch it at all costs. And San hesitated, saying, the falling sky flower is in Nanjiang, why don't the subordinate take people to look for it? Yili shook her head, saying, Nanzhao isn't small, and none of us have seen what the falling sky flower looks like. The one surnamed Liang should be in the hands of Tianyi Pavilion right now. No, the one surnamed Liang should also be in Xiling right now. But he's not in Sickly Scholar's hands. Send someone to tell Han Mingxi, what he promised to tell me should be fulfilled. Yes. And San nodded, nimbly disappearing behind her. After Ansan left, Yili sat for a long time before getting up to return to the courtyard where she and Mo Xiuyao were temporarily staying. When she returned to the room, she didn't see Mo Xiuyao. Thinking about it, Yili went out and turned to the study in the front yard, but was blocked by 2 shadow guards at the door. Wang Fei, Prince said that he's not seeing anyone right now. Wang Fei, please stop. Yili glanced sideways at the 2 shadow guards who didn't dare to look at her, saying, what did you say? Prince said that he's not seeing anyone right now. Also, including Wang Fei. Yili indifferently took a step back, saying, I know you're following orders, and I don't mean to make things difficult. But I want to go in now. Chapter 227. The 2 shadow guards exchanged a look and blocked the door. Wang Fei, please don't make things difficult for us. Yili said, if I beat you down, you won't be disobeying orders, right? This. The 2 shadow guards looked warily at the woman in front of them. They had seen Wang Fei's skills before. In a situation where they couldn't hurt people, they didn't have the confidence to stop Wang Fei. Wang Fei, I'm afraid it won't work. The shadow guard at the door raised his hand and several figures jumped down from the walls, trees, and rooftops. Yili raised an eyebrow and sneered, and San, and Si, take them down. Yes. 2 low voices responded. 2 figures flashed into the courtyard like lightning, one on the left and one on the right. In a moment, the shadow guards were all subdued. Looking at the other's angry and unwilling eyes, Ansan patted the other's shoulder comfortingly and said, brother, don't be sad. Shadow guards have different levels. Everyone's starting point was the same, so they understood the shadow guards very well, but the other shadow guards didn't understand them. The brothers didn't suffer in vain for the past few months. Didn't they see the results now? It wasn't that they were too weak, but that they were completely out of the realm of the shadow guards. If the situation didn't allow it, Ansan would have laughed to the sky. Yili turned back and smiled at the 2 shadow guards blocking the door. You want me to do it personally? The 2 shadow guards sighed and moved aside. Wang Fei, please. They were temporarily staying in a rich merchant's residence in Yonglin City. Before Yonglin was surrounded, the owner had fled to Jiangbei. Rich people were always more afraid of death than normal people. The study in the front yard was very large and even had a bedroom to rest in. So last night when Mo Xiuyao was resting in the study, Yili didn't pay too much attention. After all, he had just arrived in Yonglin and there were many things he needed to do. However, after seeing Feng Zhiyao, Yili suddenly remembered that she had not seen Mo Xiuyao since she returned to Yonglin last night. She had eaten breakfast and lunch alone. If Mo Xiuyao was really that busy, there was no reason for Feng Zhiyao to be idling on the city gate tower. Furthermore, when Mo Xiuyao had asked her to help out in the capital, he had not felt the slightest bit guilty. Stepping into the study, there was indeed no one there. Yili quickly walked to the bedroom behind the study. Before she entered the door, she heard the sound of something hitting the ground. She quickly rushed in. As soon as she entered, Yili's heart trembled at the sight before her. The man who was still valiant and invincible on the battlefield yesterday fell to the ground in a sorry state. The quilt on the bed was torn into pieces and thrown on the ground and the bed. The flower table placed not far from the bed had fallen to the ground, and there were also some porcelain scattered around. Mo Xiaoyao's eyes were tightly shut. His clothes were completely soaked as if they had been soaked in water. His fingers were already stained with blood. Li, get out. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Mo Xiaoyao did not raise his head and only said indifferently. Yili's footsteps paused, but she did not stop or turn around. Instead, she quickly walked to his side and helped him up. Are you better? Mo Xiaoyao tiredly nodded and allowed Yili to help him back to the bed. He bitterly smiled. Li, it seems like I always let you see my most sorry state, Yili indifferently said. This time, you asked for it. We are husband and wife, not strangers. We can't always see each other's most perfect side, right? Mo Xiaoyao closed his eyes and said with a faint smile, it should be said that you have never seen me at my most perfect state. His most perfect state was long gone before he met her. Yili reached out and held his hand that was still spasming from the intense pain. She indifferently smiled and said, how could that be? Wasn't it very good yesterday? She lowered her head and looked at the dried blood on his fingertips and the mottled wounds on his palm. She softly asked, when did it start? Mo Xiaoyao, who seemed to have gradually calmed down, was surprisingly easy to talk to. After a while, he said, when the sun was about to rise. Yili's hand froze and she felt a sharp pain in her chest. It was already the end of the afternoon. It had been a full 7 or 8 hours. If you don't feel bad, then sleep for a while. Mo Xiaoyao did not reply this time. His shallow and long breaths showed that he had already fallen asleep. But even in his sleep, his brows were still slightly furrowed and he would occasionally show a pained expression. Yili wanted to get up and cover him with the blanket, but she found that one of her hands was tightly held by Mo Xiaoyao. Helpless, she could only sit back down and frown as she looked at his sweaty clothes. She hoped that he would not catch a cold because of this. But she couldn't bear to wake him up now. Looking at the heavy shadows in his eyes, she knew that he had not had a good rest in a long time. Mo Xiaoyao did not wake up from his deep sleep until the sun set in the west. Although he had only slept for less than 4 hours, he felt much better than before. Mo Xiaoyao could not help but let out a sigh of relief. This time, it was finally over. You're awake. Yili's voice came from outside. Mo Xiaoyao looked up to see Yili walk in with a tray. She put the tray on the table and then looked up to say to him, since you're awake, go take a bath first and then eat dinner. Mo Xiaoyao was slightly startled. Li, why are you? The scenes before he fell asleep reappeared in his mind. While he was drowsy and in pain, Yili's clear voice clearly entered his mind. Chapter 228. Mo Xiaoyao paused and shook his head with a smile. No, it's delicious. Yili nodded with satisfaction. Her cooking skills were not that good, but cooking some home-cooked dishes and porridge was not difficult for her. The chicken porridge took her 2 hours to cook. She tasted it herself and found that the taste was acceptable. Does Miss Li have something to say to me? Mo Xiaoyao put down the bowl in his hand and asked when he saw Yili's eyes staring at him. Yili took the bowl and filled it with porridge for him. She said, I personally think that it's not good to force yourself to do everything alone. It's also not the way husband and wife should get along. What do you think, Prince? Mo Xiaoyao helplessly took the bowl from her and sighed, "You know, Miss Li, it's not because of you. You know, the poison in my body can't be cured for now. It's only a matter of time before I reach this step. Whether it's because of me or not, isn't it already like this? What I'm saying is, Prince, aren't you afraid that you'll kill yourself by locking yourself in the room?" Yi Li raised her eyebrows and asked. "I won't." Mo Xiaoyao said, "I won't die. The phoenix grass won't kill me. Mr. Shen also said that it will only make me feel a little pain. Just feel a little pain." Yi Li couldn't help but want to pry open his head to see what was inside. "Miss Li, you know that this is the best situation for now. If Mr. Shen doesn't bring back the phoenix grass, then he wouldn't be able to help Yonglin in time. Shattered Snow Pass would be broken and the people of Nanzhao would enter. Miss Li, I'll accompany you in the future," Yi Li said lightly. "Okay." Under a big tree in the courtyard, Mo Xiaoyao leaned against the tree and sat leisurely. His gentle gaze fell on the slender woman in the courtyard who was reaching out with her hand. A gleaming dagger flickered in and out of Yi Li's hand. Her nimble body shuttled between the wooden figurines in all sorts of postures. In just a short moment, all of the wooden figurines had obvious wounds on their necks and chests. Yi Li's performance was not very enjoyable. Instead, it was filled with a biting cold murderous intent. But in the eyes of the people in the courtyard, it was more captivating than any dance in the world. The shadow guards hiding in the shadows could not help but secretly swipe at their necks, wondering if they could dodge the dagger in Wang Fei's hand. Feng Zhiyao, who rarely had free time, also couldn't help but peek at Mo Xiaoyao, who was sitting under the tree with a calm and even gentle expression. He cursed inside, of all the noble misses, to be able to choose such a vicious Wang Fei for the prince, the emperor's eyes must be very bad. Li Wang's action of breaking off the engagement was correct. Otherwise, he would have been beaten to death by Wang Fei. Yi Li put away the dagger in her hand and furrowed her brow. She was clearly dissatisfied. She turned and walked towards where Mo Xiaoyao was sitting under the tree. Miss Li's internal power is slightly lacking, but her close combat skills are very good. Mo Xiaoyao nodded and said with a slight smile. However, internal power could not be recovered in a short period of time. With Miss Li's status, there were not many experts that needed her to fight. At least, Yi Li's present skills were far beyond Mo Xiaoyao's expectations. Yi Li nodded slightly and said with a frown, "Lacking internal power is a weakness. I will think of another way. As for encountering a top expert, I will think about it later." Feng Zhiyao looked with slight terror at her. "Wang Fei, are you telling me that with your skills, you can think of a way to deal with a top expert?" Yi Li propped up her chin and said, "That depends on how high the expert is. If one palm can destroy a house 10 zhang away, then it may be difficult." Feng Zhiyao looked at the sky and rolled his eyes. Who has ever seen an expert that defies the natural order? It's impossible to reach that level, all right. What did she think power was? To be able to break a large tree with one palm was already a very high level of internal power, but to destroy a house 10 zhang away. Yi Li nodded seriously and said, "I also feel that there shouldn't be such an ability." Feng Zhiyao asked curiously, "Then how does Wang Fei want to deal with a top expert?" Yi Li blinked and said calmly, "With my own strength, it may be difficult to deal with an expert like Prince. However, it shouldn't be a problem to escape unharmed." As she spoke, Yi Li couldn't help but look at Mo Xiaoyao. As a person who had been disabled for almost 10 years, even if Mo Xiaoyao's martial arts hadn't deteriorated, it should have stopped at 17 or 18 years old. But she had discovered in the past few days that Mo Xiaoyao's martial arts were still unfathomably deep. At least, she didn't have any chance of winning against him. This made Yi Li, who had always been very confident in her own skills, feels slightly depressed. Feng Zhiyao didn't know what expression to make. What's with your depressed and regretful face? Do you think there are many people who can escape unharmed from Prince? If it's like this, then Wang Fei's skills are enough. After all, there are no more than 3 people in the world who can compare to Prince in martial arts, Feng Zhiyao said. Which 3? Yili asked curiously. Feng Zhiyao rubbed his nose and said, Yanwang Chamber's Great Pavilion Master Ling Taihan, Shiling Genom of Gojoseon, and our Dechu State's #1 expert Mu Qingcang. However, Genom of Gojoseon lost an arm on the battlefield, so his martial arts may have deteriorated. However, these people probably won't make a move against Wang Fei, so there's no need to worry. Yili rolled her eyes at him and said, I don't have a persecutory delusion. Increasing my own strength has nothing to do with whether or not someone will make a move against me. Feng Zhiyao couldn't help but wipe his sweat. You still want to increase your strength? If you need anything, just have someone do it. If you need people, you can just transfer them from the Shadow Guard and the Black Cloud Cavalry. Mo Xiaoyao said softly. Since the future was destined to not be peaceful, he did not object to Yili using any method to increase her own strength. Even if it was just to protect herself, an extra bit of strength meant an extra bit of safety. Feng Zhiyao looked at Mo Xiaoyao with slight surprise and raised an eyebrow. It seemed that Prince truly placed great importance on this Wang Fei. At least, the amount of authority he gave Wang Fei could be said to be the highest in the history of Princess Ding other than the first Ding country Wang Fei. No, perhaps it was not any worse than the first Princess Ding because the prince had almost tacitly given Wang Fei all authority over the Black Cloud Cavalry. Reporting to Prince, Wang Fei. General Murong requests an audience. Also, the reinforcements from the court have arrived, the guard at the gate reported. Feng Zhiyao raised an eyebrow. They are not slow. Which general is leading them? The guard reported, it is General Lu Jingyun, the emperor's newly appointed bandit suppressing general. Mo Xiaoyao said lightly, let them in. The guard hesitated and then said, General Lu has not entered the city yet. Do you want to personally go out of the city to welcome him? Mo Xiaoyao's voice was light but it made people feel an invisible pressure cover the sky. The guard immediately bowed decisively and said, this subordinate accepts the order. He turned and hurriedly left to pass the message for the prince to go out of the city to welcome him. What kind of joke was this? Who is this Lu Jingyun? Feng Zhiyao scratched his head and thought hard. Was the shadow guard that he had led so bad that they did not even know that the emperor had such a trusted general? Mo Xiaoyao said indifferently, Prime Minister Lu is the son of a concubine of the deceased 4th young master. He is ranked 11th in the Lu family. He should be 27 years old this year. Feng Zhiyao frowned, concubine Lu's nephew. Could it be that the emperor had really gone mad from anger because of Mo Jingli? It's not like there's no one else in the court. How could they send someone who has never been on the battlefield to quell the rebellion? Even asking the old Hua Guogua to come out of retirement is better than getting someone who can't do anything. Mo Xiaoyao shook his head and said, the emperor won't use the Hua family. Feng Zhiyao laughed coldly with disdain, so he'll use the Lu family. Of course, he knew that the emperor was guarding against the Hua family. Otherwise, as the eldest daughter of the Hua family, how could the empress only have one princess? The Hua family had already reached the peak of prosperity. In the past, the Hua family had a very good relationship with Mo Lu Fang. How could the emperor not be on guard? Chapter 229. In the eyes of the emperor, the Lu family is obviously more loyal than the Hua family and easier to control. Mo Xiaoyao calmly pointed out the truth. Feng Zhiyao nodded and said mockingly, isn't that so? If the Lu family is not loyal to the emperor, how could they have been favored by the emperor all these years? Selling their daughters for glory. Based on this point, the Hua family could not compare to the Lu family. The emperor will not let a person who knows nothing control hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Lu Jingyun is just a pawn on the surface. Now that Mo Jingli has rebelled, the emperor will not trust the Yi family anymore. It is inevitable that he will support the Lu family. However, the emperor will probably support some new forces to fight against the Lu family in this short period of time. Mo Xiaoyao said carelessly, as if he was not worried about the war in Yonglin. When the reinforcements arrive, we will leave Yonglin. Since the emperor wants to drag it out, let him drag it out. This war will take 3 to 5 months to finish. Murongshan greets the prince and princess consort. Murongshan quickly walked in and paid his respects. Mo Xiaoyao nodded and said, "General, please sit down and talk. Why have you come here at this time?" Murongshan nodded awkwardly. He looked at Mo Xiaoyao and said, "I heard that the prince will leave Yonglin today. I wonder, what does the prince think about the war in Yongzhou?" Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "General, what do you mean?" "Once the reinforcements arrive, Shattered Snow Pass will be safe." Murongshan sighed helplessly. He looked at Mo Xiaoyao and said seriously, "I always speak frankly. Prince, please don't blame me. With the help of the prince, I believe that the rebellion of Prince Li will be quelled within a month." "But why does the prince?" Mo Xiaoyao shook his head with a smile. "General, you and I both know that the general is not subject to the emperor's orders when he is away. However, there were very few monarchs who could accept these words since ancient times. I'm sure you know what happened to those generals who didn't take orders from the emperor. These days, King Li's army has not moved. I am worried that King Li will send his army to the east. At that time, the people in the southeast will be involved in the war again." Murongshan said seriously. He was a military general and only had a vague understanding of court affairs. That was why he couldn't understand why there was a better way to solve the problem. Why did they have to drag it out and let the people suffer? Mo Xiaoyao shook his head and sighed, "It's too late. Mo Jingli has already split into 2 groups heading east. In fact, the reason Mo Jingli didn't make any move these days was because Mo Jingli might not be in the army anymore." Murongshan was shocked and asked, "If so, why didn't Prince stop them?" "General." Mo Xiaoyao smiled bitterly. Murongshan immediately regretted his words. In the emperor's eyes, King Ding's residence was more terrifying than King Li's rebel army. How could he allow Prince Ding to interfere with King Li's affairs? He was afraid that once the Mahist army moved, the emperor would immediately punish Prince Ding for disobeying the emperor. At that time, hundreds of thousands of Mahist army. Murongshan couldn't help shivering and didn't dare to think about it. The war in the southeast is inevitable. General only needs to guard Shatter Snow Pass and not let Nanzhao's army enter to join King Li. As for King Li's army in Yongzhou, they will definitely leave Yongzhou in less than a month. Will the Dechu state be divided into north and south? Murongshan asked silently in his heart. Was dealing with Prince Ding, who had protected the country, more important than quelling the rebel King Li? The honest General Murong naturally didn't understand that in the eyes of Emperor Mo Jingqi, Mo Xiaoyao and Mo Jingli were never on the same level. As long as he could deal with Mo Xiaoyao, even if there was another Mo Jingli, there was nothing to worry about. Jiangnan was occupied by Mo Jingli, and he would take it back sooner or later. However, if he allowed Mo Xiaoyao to occupy Jiangnan, not only would he not take it back, he would also have to guard against whether he would extend his hand to Jiangbei or even try to take over the entire Dechu state. Thus, in reality, other than his initial rage, after Mo Jingqi calmed down, he was almost happy with Mo Jingli's sudden rebellion. Only then would he have a perfect reason to kill his younger brother, who was born of the same mother. General Pinko has arrived. A loud voice rang out from outside the courtyard, causing everyone, including Murong-shin, to change their expressions. In front of Prince Ding, not to mention a general who had never been on the battlefield and had just been conferred the title of general, even the old Hua-duke wouldn't be so rude. Was this newly appointed general too brainless, or did he not care about Prince Ding at all? A flurry of footsteps came from afar. It was clear that there were more than one or two people. Yili tilted her head and heard the footsteps. There were at least 20 to 30 people. She couldn't help but smile. Did this General Pinko come here just to show off his prowess? Feng Zhiyao received Yili's gaze and curled his lips in disdain. Showing off in front of the prince? Was there something wrong with his head? The prince of the northern tribes who had shown off in front of Prince Ding hadn't recovered his senses yet. Just as they reached the entrance, the group was blocked. A sharp voice rang out. Impudent! General Pinko is here. Why aren't you letting us in? The guard at the entrance was not afraid. He said calmly, General, please remove your weapon. Your bodyguards are not allowed in. I am the commander-in-chief of the army. How can I remove my weapon? What does Prince Ding mean by this? A younger voice sounded with a hint of arrogance and displeasure. The guard said in a low voice, bringing weapons in without the permission of the prince will be treated as an assassination attempt. As the commander-in-chief of the army, General Pinko should know this. Please don't make things difficult for me. Hearing the commotion at the entrance, Mo Xiaoyao rubbed his brows impatiently and said, let them in. There was a moment of silence outside the courtyard. Soon, two men walked in. The one in front was dressed in white, with a white battle robe and a silver scabbard sword hanging from his waist. He looked shiny. Yili blinked. She couldn't help but remember that Mo Xiaoyao also seemed to be dressed in white like this a few days ago. She looked at the people walking over and couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Mo Xiaoyao was dressed in white, riding a white horse and holding a silver spear. He did look elegant and imposing, but the person in front of her. Yili strangely thought of a saying. Those who liked to dress in white were all narcissists who were cold on the inside but passionate on the inside. Just as she was thinking with her head lowered, a slightly cold hand grasped her hand. Yili looked up at him. Mo Xiaoyao looked at her with a smile. There was a hint of doubt in his eyes. Yili shook her head to show that it was nothing. She raised her head to look at the person she had ignored. There was nothing special about the person behind her that left a deep impression. If she had to say something, it was that he was limping when he walked. Yili thought of a certain person who had been called an idiot by Mo Xiaoyao last year. The two people stood in front of the crowd. They didn't seem to have any intention of saluting. Of course, no one here wanted to salute them. Except for Feng Zhiyao, no one here was lower than them. Feng Zhiyao wasn't a general conferred by the imperial court. Naturally, he didn't have any intention of saluting them. The courtyard was silent for a moment. Guan Ren, who was standing behind Lu Jingyun, seemed to have realized that this couldn't go on. He stood up and said, Prince, General Lu and I are here to take over Yonglin City under the orders of the Emperor. Chapter 230. Mo Xiaoyao did not make things difficult for him. Nodding slightly, he turned to Feng Zhiyao and said, Feng San, order the Black Cloud Cavalry to withdraw from Yonglin. Yes, Prince. Wait. Guan Zhu hurriedly stopped him. Looking somewhat arrogantly at Mo Xiaoyao, he said, Prince may not have heard clearly. General Lu and I are under the Emperor's orders to take over Yonglin, including the soldiers of Yonglin City. In one sentence, not only Yonglin City, but also Yonglin City's 20,000 Black Cloud Cavalry. Everyone present sucked in a breath in their hearts. They looked at Guanju as if they were looking at a dead person. Mo Xiuyao did not seem to be angry. Smiling faintly, he said, "General Guan, did the Emperor send you to provoke I?" Guanju's breathing stopped. With a stiff expression, he said, "What does Prince mean by this?" The Emperor ordered Prince to lead troops to reinforce Yonglin. He did not order the Prince to be the commander-in-chief to quell the rebellion. Now that the commander-in-chief is here, shouldn't the Prince hand over the military power of Yonglin? Of course, he remembered the Emperor's orders before he left to not easily provoke Mo Xiuyao. But, thinking of the humiliation Mo Xiuyao gave him in the past, a trace of hatred flashed through Guanju's eyes. Raising his head, he tried to make himself appear more righteous. Murongshan frowned and said, "General Guan, Prince only ordered the Black Cloud Cavalry to withdraw. You should know that the Black Cloud Cavalry—" Guanju loudly interrupted, "Is the Black Cloud Cavalry not the army of Dechu State? Or does the Dingwa Prince want to maintain his own military power?" At the end of his words, Guanju looked at Mo Xiuyao with a gaze that could almost be described as malicious. Mo Xiuyao held onto the armrest and slowly stood up. Guanju was startled and couldn't help but take a step back. Mo Xiuyao took 2 steady steps forward. Looking at him with a calm expression, he asked softly, "General Guan, did you think that after a few years of recuperation, I's temper would be better than before?" Guanju's face paled. He stared fearfully at the frail-looking man in white. Did Mo Xiuyao have a good temper? At least 9.5 out of 10 people who knew him now would think that he had a good temper. However, those who had truly known Mo Xiuyao for a long time knew that this person had never been someone with a good temper. He could beat Mo Jingli up just because he tried to trip him up. He could also join forces with Feng Zhiyao to beat Mo Jingli up and hang him up on a tree. He could also whip Guan Jia in front of an army of several thousand without saying a word because of his poor command. This kind of temperament could not be considered good. What do you want to do?" Guan Jia asked in fear. "If what you said just now wasn't the Emperor's idea." "General Guan, do you know what punishment you will receive?" Mo Xiuyao asked calmly. Guan Jia looked at Mo Xiuyao in fear, but he didn't dare to say that it was Mo Jingqi's idea. Even if Mo Jingqi was crazy, he wouldn't ask Mo Xiuyao for the military power of the Black Cloud Cavalry. Not to mention whether Mo Xiuyao would give it to him, even if he did, he wouldn't be able to use it. Instead, he would only cause trouble for himself. He could only look pleadingly at Lu Jingyun, who had been ignored. Although Lu Jingyun was unhappy with Prince Ding's disregard, only after seeing Prince Ding did she realize that she didn't have the aura to compete with Prince Ding. Her previous arrogance was only left with unwillingness and fear. Prince. Under Mo Xiuyao's gaze, Guan Jia's expression began to tremble. Finally, as if all the strength in his body had been sucked out, he knelt down weakly on the ground. Mo Xiuyao walked past him with steady steps. "Feng San, get ready to leave." "Yes, Prince." Yili smiled and nodded to Murongshin, then followed him. Murongshin helplessly looked at the 2 new generals, sighed and turned to leave. Fortunately, this general had no subordinate relationship with him. In this case, he would take care of his own troops and guard his own pass. Lu Jingyun, who had been left behind, stared blankly at the figures disappearing outside the door. Did anyone remember that he was the new general? The Black Cloud Cavalry was indeed obedient. In less than 15 minutes after Mo Xiuyao's order, the real Black Cloud Cavalry had all withdrawn from Yonglin City. The strange movements of the Black Cloud Cavalry made the opposing rebel army nervous. When they confirmed that the Black Cloud Cavalry had no intention of attacking them, they sighed in relief. But they did not dare to let down their guard. Yili and Mo Xiuyao also returned to their rooms to pack and prepare to leave the city to meet with the Black Cloud Cavalry. Wang Fei, Officer Yun requests an audience, an heir reported from outside the door. Yili raised an eyebrow, curious about Yun Ting's intentions. Let him in. A moment later, Yun Ting walked in with a nervous expression. Yili had a good impression of this young general and smiled faintly. Yun Ting looked at Yili's light clothing and asked, "Is Wang Fei and the prince leaving soon?" Yili nodded and said, "The prince is handing over to General Liu and will leave soon. Are Officer Yun and Officer Xia also returning to Shattered Snow Pass?" Yun Ting was slightly embarrassed. After hesitating for a while, he finally gritted his teeth and knelt on one knee, saying, "This general wants to join the Black Cloud Cavalry. Wang Fei, please take me in." Yili looked in shock at Yun Ting's determined expression. She frowned and said, "If Officer Yun wants to join the Black Cloud Cavalry, you should ask the prince." "Why are you asking me?" Yun Ting stilled and didn't know what to do. Previously, he had only thought that Wang Fei was here so he could ask Wang Fei, but he had forgotten that Prince Ding was also here. This kind of matter would most likely require Prince Ding's agreement. Seeing Yun Ting's dazed state, Yili smiled faintly and said, "Why would Officer Yun want to join the Black Cloud Cavalry?" The Black Cloud Cavalry was chosen from the elites of the Mahist army. It wasn't something that could be joined just because one wanted to. Yun Ting gritted his teeth and said, "Only the Black Cloud Cavalry is the best army in the Dechu state. Yun Ting wants to join the Black Cloud Cavalry and follow the prince and Wang Fei on the battlefield." Seeing Yun Ting's serious appearance, Yili burst into laughter. "Officer Yun, you are already the most outstanding officer under General Mu Rong's command. This time, you have made great contributions defending Yonglin. In a few years, you will become the youngest general in the Dechu state. If you join the Black Cloud Cavalry." Yili shook her head and said with a smile. Yun Ting hurriedly said, "As long as I can join the Black Cloud Cavalry, Yun Ting is willing to be a normal soldier." Yili looked at him. "Officer Yun, do you know why the Black Cloud Cavalry only has several tens of thousands of people?" Yun Ting said matter-of-factly, "The Black Cloud Cavalry is the elite of the elite. Since they are the elite, they are naturally the minority." Yili nodded and said, "That's right, the Black Cloud Cavalry is the elite of the elite. But, because they are the elite, they are the minority. In a true battle, the Black Cloud Cavalry will never be the most important troops." Yun Ting did not understand. They had only heard stories since they were young about how the Black Cloud Cavalry had made great contributions and how they had turned the tides. Why was Wang Fei's explanation different? Yili smiled slightly and said, "What is the reason for the two armies to fight? To attack cities and seize land." "That's right, the Black Cloud Cavalry can raid from 1,000 li, they can ambush and kill leaders. They can complete many missions that normal soldiers cannot. But, they cannot attack a city alone, nor can they defend a city alone. Therefore, they are only there to support the army," Yili said softly. Chapter 231. Support. A very important support. It is the best trump card for them. They can appear in the most unlikely places. But usually, they can only hide and remain unknown. "Officer Yun, have you ever heard of any famous generals from the Black Cloud Cavalry?" Yun Ting shook his head. Everyone knew that the Black Cloud Cavalry was powerful, but the generals of the Black Cloud Cavalry were always unknown. The Black Cloud Cavalry were not many, but there were still tens of thousands of them. Even though Prince Ding personally controlled them, it was impossible for Prince Ding to personally arrange everything. Yet, from the day the Black Cloud Cavalry was built, it seemed to only have this name. The Black Cloud Cavalry represented everyone's name. In the history of the Dechu state, there had never been a Black Cloud Cavalry general's real name. Yili sighed softly and said, I see that Officer Yun has a straightforward personality and is a person with great ambitions. And to have such achievements in his early 20s, his future is limitless. If he really becomes a normal member of the Black Cloud Cavalry, I'm afraid it will ruin Officer Yun's ambitions. The Black Cloud Cavalry was the true sword of the Ding Kingdom. The sword did not need to think too much. Where Prince Ding pointed was their will. In reality, it was similar to the special forces in her previous life. With Yun Ting's personality, even if he really entered, if he did not experience some hardships, he would regret it in the future. As expected, Yun Ting's face turned red. He said anxiously, Wang Fei, I. Yili raised her hand to stop him. She laughed softly and said, Don't worry. I'm not saying that you are not good. I just hope that you can think clearly. Is your ambition to be a general who can ride a horse and laugh on the battlefield, or to be a hidden arrow that hides in the shadows and attacks at the right moment? Yun Ting was silent. He had never considered what the Wang Fei said. No wonder when he said he wanted to come and beg the Wang Fei, Xia Shu did not support or encourage him as usual. Had he already seen that he was not suited for the Black Cloud Cavalry? But Yun Ting looked dazedly at the kind and elegant woman in front of him. Worshipping the strong, and Prince Ding and Princess Ding were undoubtedly strong. He knew that he truly wanted to follow them. What's going on? Li Mo Xiaoyao slowly walked in and asked after seeing Yun Ting's conflicted expression. Yili smiled faintly and told him what had just happened. Mo Xiaoyao turned around and looked at Yun Ting for a while. Yun Ting felt a little uneasy under his stare, but he still tried his best to remain calm. What did General Murong say? Mo Xiaoyao asked. He had to inform General Murong Shen about the transfer. Yun Ting's heart jumped and he quickly said, General Murong said that as long as the prince and princess agree, it will be fine. Mo Xiaoyao muttered to himself for a moment, and then said, You are not suitable to join the Black Cloud Cavalry. Yun Ting immediately felt a wave of disappointment, as well as mixed feelings. Mo Xiaoyao continued, However, if you are willing, you can follow Lili for now. Yun Ting and Yili looked at Mo Xiaoyao at the same time. Yili raised her eyebrows in confusion. Follow her for what? If she took in a military officer as a bodyguard, Yun Ting might not be her match. Mo Xiaoyao said, You don't have any useful people by your side. Those four are still far from being able to mobilize troops. I will have Qin Feng follow you, and Yun Ting as well. Although he is still a bit impetuous, General Murong seems to think that he is a talent that can be nurtured. After a bit of training, if he is useful, we will transfer him into the Mahist army. Yili did not care, but Yun Ting could not hide the shock in his heart. Listening to Prince Ding's words, he was actually training a trusted aide for Princess. In the future, not only would Princess Ding be able to mobilize the Black Cloud Cavalry, she would also be able to control the hundreds of thousands of Mahist army. Many thanks to Prince, this general is willing to follow Princess. Yun Ting immediately responded. Mo Xiaoyao nodded, Since it is like this, you can go and say goodbye to General Murong. Follow the army and depart in an hour. Yes. Beside the Cloudwater River, compared to Yonglin City where the two armies were still facing each other, Yili's group was clearly too relaxed. Once they left Yonglin City, Feng Zhiyao took the Black Cloud Cavalry and ran off somewhere. Yili and Mo Xiaoyao took the accompanying guards and prepared to return to Jing with Shenyang who had just arrived. The pitiful Shenyang did not even have the strength to truss a chicken, but he had rushed from the Chu capital to Yongzhou in less than 10 days. But before he could even catch his breath, he was told that they were about to return to Jing. Yang pointed at Imo Xiuyao, his finger trembling as he panted. He did not forget to say angrily, "What did I owe you Mo people in my last life?" Ever since he had given the phoenix grass to a certain prince who did not listen to medical advice, Yang's temper had become more and more irritable. Xianxing, the group set up camp beside the Cloudwater River. Mo Xiuyao took Yunting and the others to go hunting. Yili finally had the time to find Yang to talk. Yang was sitting by the river, holding a medical book that was thick enough to kill someone. He frowned as he read it carefully. Hearing Yili's figure, he turned around and wanted to stand up to greet her. Yili quickly waved her hand and said, "There are no outsiders here, Xianxing does not have to be like this." Yang did not stand on ceremony and sat back down. He placed the medical book aside and smiled. "Princess Consort made the Black Cloud Cavalry admire you for your prompt decision to guard Yonglin. I am also full of admiration. Princess Consort is indeed a heroine." Yili shook her head and smiled helplessly. Xianxing does not have to be so courteous. What heroine? I was only forced by the situation. Does Xianxing know why Yili did this? Yang looked at Yili for a long time and finally sighed, bringing back that harmful phoenix grass. "I really do not know if it was right or wrong." Yili shook her head and said softly, "It was Prince's idea to consume the phoenix grass. Xianxing has already informed the prince of the consequences. No matter what, it was Prince's choice. Furthermore, since it has already been done, there is no point in pursuing who was responsible. Yili only wants to know how Prince's body is now. Is there any way to solve it?" Yang looked at Yili and his eyes revealed a trace of admiration. He said seriously, "In this half a year, I have carefully studied the phoenix grass and also flipped through many ancient medical books. The phoenix grass is not unique to the Eastern Sea. The phoenix grass is called phoenix tail and it grew in the Central Plains in ancient times. According to the ancient books, the phoenix grass is extremely strong and poisonous. However, it is also the nemesis of most poisons in the world. It even has the effect of cleansing the marrow, so it is called a miracle medicine. However, for some reason, the phoenix grass disappeared from the Central Plains, so there is almost no record of it in the medical books. The cold poison in Prince's body is the coldest poison in the world. Although the phoenix tail can counter it, it is not enough to cure the poison. As a result, the fire and cold poisons exist in Prince's body at the same time and it can only be said to have reached a temporary balance. However, this balance is very dangerous and it can even collapse at any time. At that time, even if there is the raging fire lotus, it will be useless." Yili nodded. Xianxing once said that the two poisons will change in Prince's body. Yang said, "Really? If the cold poison and the phoenix tail can cancel each other out, there are other ways to think of. However, the two poisons in Prince's body are acting independently. The cold gets colder and the fire gets hotter. If a normal person were to eat the raging fire lotus seed by mistake, their internal organs would be burned to ashes in an instant. If the raging fire lotus seed were to combine with the phoenix tail, I'm afraid, before the cold poison could be cured, Prince would die of the fire poison first." Chapter 232. Yili frowned. "Mr. Xin, is the Bailuo grass useful to the prince?" Yang was startled and began to ponder. After a long time, he said, "Bailuo grass and phoenix grass are both long-lost medicines. Legend has it that it can bring the dead back to life and prolong one's life to 100 years old. But whether or not it can cure the poison in the prince's body, I'm not sure. After all, the Bailuo grass has been extinct for a longer time than the phoenix grass. I've only heard about it from my ancestors." Yili nodded and said, "I understand, but it's always good to have more hope. Shenyang asked curiously, could it be that the princess consort knows where the Bailuo grass is? Yili nodded slightly, I'll find it as soon as possible. This matter. Mr. Shen, please don't mention it to the prince first. If she wanted to take the Bailuo grass from the sickly scholar, she definitely couldn't use the people of the mansion. With the hatred that sickly scholar had for Mo Xiuyao, he would rather not destroy the Bailuo grass than let the people of the Prince Ding mansion get it. How long can the prince's body last? Shenyang lowered his eyebrows and said in a low voice, as long as there are no accidents, there shouldn't be any problems within a year and a half. Furthermore, the effect of the phoenix grass is not continuous. The prince's body is indeed much better than before. But, when the moon is full, the cold and fire will come together and it will be so painful that he will wish he was dead. During summer and autumn, the fire poison will burn the body, and during spring and winter, the cold poison will attack the heart. Whether it is the cold poison or the fire poison, it will be 10 times more painful than when the cold poison acts up. Yili remembered the scene she saw when she stepped into the room that day. She couldn't imagine how painful it would be for someone like Mo Xiuyao to be in such a sorry state. Painkillers. Shenyang shook his head sadly, painkillers are completely ineffective. Not only that. I'm afraid that in the future, any painkillers or even knockout drugs will be ineffective on the prince. Yili felt a chill in her heart. This meant that even if Mo Xiuyao was injured in the future, he would not be able to use painkillers or anesthetics. Mr. Li. Yili turned around and saw the white-robed man walking towards her with a smile. She lowered her eyes to hide the worry in her eyes as she walked up to him. Mo Xiuyao looked at Shenyang, who had already picked up the medical book and was preparing to continue reading. He lowered his head and smiled at Yili. What is Mr. Li talking about with Mr. Shin? Yili smiled and said, I'm asking Mr. Shin about some herbal medicine. Didn't you see several strange herbs in Nanzhao this time? Ask Mr. Shen what they are used for. Mo Xiuyao smiled slightly. Li has a wide range of interests. She's even interested in medicine. Yili shook her head. I don't have much talent in medicine, but I do have some knowledge of herbal medicine. Mo Xiuyao pulled Yili towards the camp. As he walked, he smiled and said, I know. I heard that you have your people memorize herbal medicine books and follow the doctors to identify herbs. Yili smiled and said, it's just some common herbs. You can't always carry them around with you, right? Mr. Li is right. Maybe we can have the Black Cloud Cavalry follow them and learn. Mo Xiuyao thought. Yili smiled faintly and said, the Black Cloud Cavalry is not the same as them. They only need a certain number of doctors to follow them, or they themselves are doctors. Mo Xiuyao looked down at Yili and said, does Mr. Li have some special idea that you don't want to tell me? Yili shook her head. No, it's just a prototype. When I finish it, maybe I can give you a surprise. Mo Xiuyao smiled faintly and said, then I will wait for Mr. Li's surprise. Let's go eat. Then we will go watch a play. The play that Mo Xiuyao spoke of was a good play. There were more than 30,000 soldiers hidden in Yongzhou and Yongzhou. Yili finally knew why Feng Zhiyao had taken the 20,000 Black Cloud Cavalry. In one night, many mountain strongholds in Yongzhou and Yongzhou were destroyed. Countless people who had disguised themselves as bandits but were clearly well-trained were killed by the Black Cloud Cavalry. The rest fled in panic towards the border between Yongzhou and Xiling. Mo Xiuyao led Yili and the others to wait at the border. When the group of happy remnant soldiers saw the dense armored cavalry, their eyes couldn't help but reveal looks of despair. The Yongzhou officials all knelt on the ground with ashen faces, trembling as they looked at the beautiful couple sitting side by side in front of them. The man was gentle and elegant, the woman elegant and graceful. However, in their eyes, they were even more terrifying than man-eating demons. 2 days ago, they were invited to Prince Ding's side by a token. Prince Ding didn't say anything, only bringing them along. Wherever Prince Ding went, they would follow. They watched helplessly as the mountain strongholds were destroyed by the Black Cloud Cavalry one after another. The 20,000 people in front of the Black Cloud Cavalry were like ants, not worth a mention. These remnant soldiers in front of them were already the last fish that escaped the net. However, they were still stopped by Prince Ding on this small hill less than 5 li from the border. Mo Xiaoyao calmly looked at the Yongzhou governor who was kneeling closest to him, calmly asking, "Sir, do you know why the Yongzhou governor died?" The Yongzhou governor's face paled, saying with a trembling voice, "Rebellion, rebellion." The Yongzhou governor was still killed by the Ding King's shadow guard even under the protection of King Li's powerful army. This matter had already spread throughout the world before today. It also made many officials tense up in their minds. Mo Xiaoyao said with a faint smile, "Rebellion." "Correct, this is indeed a capital offense." "Then, does Sir know what kind of offense it is to betray the country?" "This Prince, this small official doesn't dare. This small official is loyal and devoted to the Dechu state." "Loyal and devoted." Mo Xiaoyao said with a cold laugh, "Loyal and devoted. Where did these 10,000 people in your Yongzhou come from? Why did General Wu Qingliang and the 20,000 soldiers in Yongzhou die? This small official truly does not know." The Yongzhou governor cried out. "This small official is innocent. I beg Prince to judge clearly," Mo Xiaoyao said calmly. "I don't care if you are innocent or not. You can tell the emperor yourself. I invited you here today to let you see the Black Cloud Cavalry pay tribute to the Yongzhou governor and General Wu's spirit. Even though the civil officials and military generals do not have subordinates, they can still be considered colleagues. Everyone here should also send them on their way." Feng Zhiyao, who was standing behind Mo Xiaoyao, waved his hand. "Kill." 10,000 arrows were released. The remnant Western Tomb soldiers who were trapped in the center immediately fell to the ground and died. The officials kneeling on the ground smelled the pungent smell of blood in the air. One by one, they fought to be the first to vomit. Mo Xiaoyao acted as if he did not see it. He pulled Yili up and turned his head to order, "Send the officials back to their respective manners. Also, throw these Western Tomb people out of the border. Do not pollute my Dechu state's land." "As you command." Mo Xiaoyao nodded his head in satisfaction. He turned his head and smiled at Yili. "Yili, we should return to the capital." Yili nodded her head slightly and followed Mo Xiaoyao. What about not killing captives? There seemed to be no need to say. Even though he had received the emperor's urgent order to return to the capital, Mo Xiaoyao clearly did not take it to heart. Instead, he had Feng Zhiyao leave with the Black Cloud Cavalry. He himself took Yili and the others and leisurely headed north. They spent close to 10 days to reach Guangling City. Because she did not have a purpose in coming to Guangling City for the second time, Yili appeared much more relaxed. Only when Mo Xiaoyao brought her to stand in front of the Wind and Moon Pavilion did she look back at the man beside her with some surprise. Chapter 233. Mo Xiaoyao smiled but didn't say a word. The Wind and Moon Inn wasn't open for business during the day. However, there was still someone at the door to welcome them. Looking at the young man standing at the door with a serious expression, Mo Xiaoyao said indifferently, "The Tianyi Pavilion is indeed well informed. It seems that Han Mingyue hasn't wasted her time all these years." The young man's smile was a bit stiff. "Thank you for your praise, Prince. My superior ordered me to welcome the prince and princess consort here. Please come in." After entering the Wind and Moon Inn, the young man led them directly to the backyard. It was still the same pavilion where Yili saw Han Mingxi last time. Han Mingxi and Han Mingyue sat facing each other. Seeing Yili, Han Mingxi's eyes flashed with a trace of absent-mindedness. When he came back to his senses, he raised his eyebrows and smiled at her. Han Mingyue put down his teacup and stood up to welcome them. His smile was gentle and elegant. "Xiuyao, long time no see. You're really good." Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Xiuyao directly waved his palm. The fierce wind from his palm attacked the elegant man with earth-shattering force. Han Mingyue's voice suddenly stopped. He awkwardly flipped over and dodged Xiuyao's palm. However, the fierce wind from the palm still made him unable to breathe. He coughed a few times before smiling bitterly. "Xiuyao, long time no see. Is this how you treat me?" Xiuyao snorted softly. He stepped forward and continuously attacked. Every palm strike was real, and there was absolutely no intention of joking about it. Han Mingyue could only withdraw his smile and carefully deal with it. The two of them fought back and forth in the garden. While the fight was in full swing, Han Mingxi also stood up and walked to Yili's side. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Junwei, long time no see. Are you here to see me? If you want to look at me, just do it yourself. Why did you bring him along?" Yili pointed at the man in white in the garden, indicating that he wanted to come. Han Mingxi glanced sideways, and the smile on his face was a little forced. "Junwei," Yili said calmly, "don't worry, Prince won't kill him." If he really wanted Han Mingyue's life, Xiuyao wouldn't have to do it himself. No matter how powerful the Tianyi Pavilion was, could they stop the Black Cloud Cavalry or the Shadow Guard of the Ding King's mansion? Han Mingxi smiled bitterly. But Prince Ding has no intention of showing mercy. Xiuyao was only in his 20s, but in Feng Zhiyao's eyes, there wasn't a single expert who could be compared to him. One could only imagine the distance between him and Han Mingyue. While the two of them were talking, Han Mingyue had already been slapped to the ground. He fell not far from the two of them and spat out a mouthful of blood. Yili could tell with a glance that two of his ribs were broken. Han Mingxi hurriedly went forward to help him up, but Han Mingyue waved his hands to stop him. He looked up at Xiuyao, who was strolling over, and asked, "Xiuyao, have you calmed down?" Xiuyao raised his eyebrows slightly. "Do you know why I didn't kill you this time?" Han Mingyue raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiuyao. Xiuyao said calmly, "Since Li promised Han Mingxi to let you go, I will let you go this time. However, you better remember that I have a limit to my patience. If you make a move against Li again, you might as well try and see how far I can go." Han Mingyue clutched his chest and coughed violently. He looked at Xiuyao helplessly and said, "Xiuyao, in your eyes, is Yili more important than our friendship since childhood?" Xiuyao raised his eyebrows and his lips curled into a mocking smile. "In your eyes, when have you ever thought that our friendship since childhood was important?" Han Mingyue was speechless. That's right, he had betrayed their friendship first. "However, in my eyes, you will always be my best friend," Han Mingyue said in a low voice. Xiuyao snorted and said calmly, "Since you called me your friend, I promise you, the next time you offend I won't kill you." Han Mingyue was stunned, but her expression changed when she saw Han Mingxi and Yili's curiosity and confusion. "Xiuyao, don't. This has nothing to do with her. This was all my idea." Hearing his words, Han Mingxi's face immediately darkened. She snorted unhappily and swallowed back the words she was about to say. In any case, Prince Ding didn't plan on killing him. Just torment him until he didn't have the energy to run around. Xiuyao wasn't interested in whose idea it was. He turned to Han Mingxi and said, "If you want him to live well, then keep a close eye on him." Han Mingxi's handsome face was ugly as he coldly said, "Prince doesn't need to worry." Mo Xiaoyao held Yi Li's hand and prepared to leave. Han Mingyue on the ground opened her mouth and said, "Xiaoyao, you specially took a detour to Guangling. It can't be that you want to beat me up, right?" Mo Xiaoyao stopped in his tracks and turned to look at her, saying, "By the way, I'll tell you something. If you don't know how to play politics, then earn your money. Don't shoot yourself in the foot and cry about it later." Seeing the two leave without looking back, Han Mingyue couldn't help but frown as she thought about Mo Xiaoyao's words. Don't know how to play politics. He really didn't have any interest in politics and had never gotten involved before. Only. Her expression changed. Han Mingyue turned to Han Mingxi and said, "Quick. Send someone to investigate what happened in Xiling." Han Mingxi only felt the veins on his forehead throbbing. Who said that young Master Yu was smarter than others? He was already dumber than a donkey, okay? Others wouldn't turn back unless they hit a wall, but he still wouldn't turn back even if his head was broken and bleeding. Investigate my ass. This young master is a citizen of Dechu State. Why should I care about the life and death of Xiling? Someone, bring me the best tendon-softening powder. If anyone dares to give him the antidote, this young master will skin them. I've seen what it means to be a femme fatale. I don't believe that other than that slut, there aren't any other women in this world. This prince will go and disfigure her tomorrow. When no one wants her anymore, this prince will buy her back to be your servant girl." After he finished speaking, Han Mingxi couldn't be bothered to care about his older brother who was still stuck on the ground and couldn't move. He flicked his sleeves and left in a huff. "Han Mingxi, stop right there," Han Mingyue said sternly. Han Mingxi's rushing body paused. He turned around and gnashed his teeth as he waited for his older brother who was 70% similar to him. In his heart, he wanted nothing more than to pull out that femme fatale's tendons and skin him alive. He had worshipped his older brother since he was young, but he didn't dare to compliment his older brother's taste in women. Seeing Han Mingxi's cold and angry glare, Han Mingyue's eyes flashed with a trace of guilt. Her voice softened as she said, "Mingxi, don't make a fuss. Big brother promises that he won't do anything else. Mo Xiaoyao broke 2 of my ribs. Come and help me up." Han Mingxi was stunned. Seeing Han Mingyue's deathly pale face, his heart softened and he went forward to help his older brother up. "You!" Han Mingyue. After a moment, Han Mingxi's voice was filled with anger and resentment. Unfortunately, his entire body was frozen and he couldn't move. His handsome face was twisted as he stared at the man in front of him who was clutching his chest with a deathly pale face. Han Mingyue's eyes were filled with guilt as she looked at her younger brother. "I'm sorry, Mingxi." Seeing that he was about to turn around and leave, Han Mingxi cried out in despair, "Han Mingyue, you idiot, I've been poisoned. You really want Yi Li to kill me?" Han Mingyue turned to look at him with a smile and shook her head. "You really are a foolish child. Mingxi, since you boast that you're better at judging people than I am, how can you not see that Yi Li won't kill you? She didn't poison you either." Han Mingxi said coldly, "So these past few days, you've been trying to determine if there's any poison in my body. Now that you've confirmed it, you want to leave." Chapter 234. Don't worry, I won't make a move on your friend again. Mo Xiaoyao. I can't afford to offend him. Han Mingyue looked at her brother gently. After thinking for a while, she warned, "Mingxi, stay away from Yi Li. She's not someone you can afford to offend." Han Mingxi's face stiffened. He said disdainfully, "Are you qualified to say that?" Han Mingyue shook her head helplessly. "Do you think you're smarter than me? Mingxi, I can fight with anyone in the world, but I've never thought of fighting with Xiaoyao. Do you know?" Han Mingxi sneered. Yes, you can choose your opponent, but unfortunately, you don't know how to choose a woman. Besides using you, has that woman ever looked you in the eye? Even if Junwei doesn't like me, she would at least save me. She would feel guilty for me and show mercy to you because of me. What have you gained all these years? The smile on Han Mingyue's face gradually turned bitter and helpless. In the end, she had no choice but to admit that her brother was right. She could only turn and leave silently. After a long time, the young man who led the way appeared in the garden. Second young master, the young master has left. Han Mingxi, who had just had his acupoints unsealed, was extremely irritated. So what if he's gone? When has he ever treated us as equals? The young man lowered his head and said, the young master said he won't return. The Wind and Moon Pavilion and all the banknotes in the bank have been left to the second young master. The Tianyi Pavilion will no longer listen to the second young master's orders. He's already made his plans. If it wasn't for Prince Ding's visit today, was he intending to leave without a sound? Han Mingyue, you're ruthless. Han Mingxi clenched his teeth. The young man lowered his head and didn't say anything. Han Mingxi snorted coldly. Slut, just you wait. In the best inn in Guangling, Yi Li and her group had booked the best courtyard in the inn for the time being. Xiao Yao, today you. Looking at the man beside her who had his head lowered as he read, Yi Li frowned slightly and asked with some hesitation. Mo Xiuya put down his book and smiled. Li wants to ask why I went to look for Han Mingyue. Yi Li nodded. If it was just to beat him up to vent her anger, it would be too troublesome. Mo Xiuyao said indifferently, if I'm not wrong, Han Mingyue will be heading to West Hill very soon. To the West Hill. Mo Xiuyao nodded. That's right. Rather than letting him leave quietly, I might as well send him on his way. Although the Han family wasn't ranked at the top in Dechu State, they were at least in the top 10. If he brought them all to West Hill, it wouldn't be a good thing. Yi Li's eyes flashed. You're saying that Han Mingyue wants to. She didn't say the word treason, but Mo Xiuyao nodded indifferently. I understand Han Mingyue. The country and the world are nothing in his eyes. To him, there's no difference if you become a citizen of Dechu State to a citizen of West Hill or a citizen of the northern tribes. If that's the case, why not eliminate him completely? Yi Li didn't understand. Even if Mo Xiuyao really valued his friendship with Han Mingyue, he definitely wouldn't see him as more important than the Dechu State. Mo Xiuyao smiled faintly. The Tianyi Pavilion is spread throughout the 4 countries. Once Han Mingyue is killed, there'll be a lot of trouble. If he wants to leave, then let him leave. I've said before that he's not suited for politics. Since he's openly committed treason, then there's no need for us to leave the Dechu State. In that case, there is no need for the Tianyi Pavilion to exist within the borders of Great Chu. The most important reason why he came to Guangling was to wipe out the Tianyi Pavilion. The southern part of Dechu State, especially Guangling City, was the Tianyi Pavilion's headquarters. How could it be so easy for Han Mingyue to withdraw his people and carriages from under his nose? Han Mingxi. Yi Li asked with a frown. Mo Xiuyao said, if we use another method, Han Mingxi might leave with Han Mingyue. But today, he won't be able to leave. If Han Mingxi is really smart, he'll come to me. Yi Li looked at him. You're deliberately provoking Han Mingyue so that he'll act in advance and drive a wedge between the 2 brothers. Mo Xiuyao didn't deny it. He rubbed between his eyebrows tiredly and said, it's a good thing that Han Mingxi stays. If they both leave, the entire Han family can only be executed. Han Mingyue and his brother weren't the only members of the Han family. No matter which big family, main family, branch family, or main family, they couldn't take everyone away. Once all of them were connected, the scope of the implications was shocking to the eye. Han Mingyue will side with the West Hill Imperial Court. He's not an ordinary person. The Han family is a big family, and the Tianyi Pavilion is even more involved. As long as he goes to West Hill, whether it's the Emperor of Xiling or the Genom of Gojoseon, they'll definitely try to rope him in. Whether he'll be used by them or not, in the eyes of the Imperial family, he's already a traitor. The Imperial family couldn't tolerate sand in their eyes. As long as Han Mingyue went to West Hill, it would be a betrayal. Even if he didn't betray the country, the Imperial family would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Yili sighed speechlessly. She still couldn't understand Han Mingyue. Han Mingyue, is he doing this for a woman? Mo Xiaoyao was stunned. He raised his head and looked at Yili for a long time. Finally, he nodded and said, "Yes, it's indeed for a woman." Yili frowned. She felt that this woman's identity was special. She hesitated whether or not she should continue this topic. Mo Xiaoyao looked at her quietly. His smile was calm and warm. "Yili, you can ask anything you want to know. This woman is someone you know." Mo Xiaoyao nodded. Just as he was about to speak, San reported from outside, "Princess consort. Young Master Han requests an audience." Mo Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow slightly. He looked apologetically at Yili and said, "Let him in." When Han Mingxi came in, he looked like a completely different person from his usual playful and flamboyant appearance. His originally handsome and slightly evil smile had disappeared. Right now, he looked more tired and gloomy, and seemed to have some grievance and disappointment from being abandoned. Yili could only sigh silently inside. Mo Xiaoyao had made the decision he thought was most appropriate. Han Mingyue had chosen the person he thought was most important. As for Han Mingxi, from the beginning to the end, he was the most innocent one. Princess consort. Han Mingxi's voice was slightly stiff. Mo Xiaoyao nodded slightly and said calmly, "Young Master Han, please sit." Han Mingxi sat down without a word. His gaze passed lightly over Yili's body and paused for a moment before returning to Mo Xiaoyao. "Prince already knew of my big brother's plans." Staring at Mo Xiaoyao, Han Mingxi asked rudely. Mo Xiaoyao nodded and said, "Han Mingyue understands me, and I understand him. So, I can roughly guess what kind of decision he will make for someone or something. But he probably did not expect me to come so quickly." Han Mingxi was silent. Yes, if Mo Xiaoyao had not suddenly come to Guangling, perhaps Han Mingyue would have suddenly disappeared after arranging everything at night or during the day. But now, Han Mingyue, whose plans had been disrupted, could only sneak attack Han Mingxi and then leave in a hurry. But he left behind a huge mess for his little brother who had been spoiled since childhood. "Then, young Master Han, what plans do you have in coming to see I?" Mo Xiaoyao asked in a low voice.